Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Attack on Prime in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 46, For the Sake of Others. Willie was currently going over some letter given by the ambassadors and other representatives from the eastern nations when he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," he said, not bothering to look up from his paperwork. He heard the footsteps come closer, and thought it was the butler, but he noticed the clothing was Marley uniform. He looked up to see Commander Calvi staring down at him. "Commander," Willie began in surprise, "I wasn't expecting you for another week." "We scheduled for today," Calvi reminded. "Really?" Willie questioned in confusion before looking at his itinerary. "I am so sorry. I've been swamped with work and trying to keep foreign relations as intact as I can. Even though I'm a friend to everyone, they see me as someone who favors Marley above all else. Most likely due to the history." Calvi hummed in response as he sat down. "Sir Tiber, there is something of importance that we need to discuss." Willie straightened his back out and leaned forward. "Please tell me you have good results." "Both Titan shifters administered the new serum have been showing positive results," Calvi explained. "Annie Leonhard has survived with the serum in her body for more than a year now. In addition, their abilities have been enhanced and regeneration time has been much faster." Willie thought it over as he tapped his finger on the table. "What are the downsides?" "It might expose the identity of the Warhammer Titan," Calvi admitted. "This serum is very present in the body, specifically the eyes. Whenever the shifters use their powers, it tends to spread throughout the body. It's not dangerous, but it does expose their identity." "You know I can't risk that," Willie proclaimed. "The powers of the Warhammer Titan must be protected at all costs. There was an attempt last year due to the war. If it wasn't for Matthew, we could have lost it." "I know you do not want to put Lara at risk," Calvi began, "but there is an even bigger threat on the island. Those Titans are a threat, and if the Warhammer Titan isn't ready to face those monsters, then we are as good as dead." "I see your point, but the humans might kill Lara first," Willie retorted. "You do understand that one of these beings can fly, right?" Calvi reminded. "The flying Titan destroyed the port. We can't put Titans there anymore. They've most likely killed all the Titans on the island. Lara will be vulnerable if she doesn't take this serum." "What about side effects?" Willie demanded. "I heard about your little incident with the previous holder of the Colossal Titan. He went insane and started attacking Marleyan officials. There is no guarantee that she won't lose her mind." "That was only an effect from the flying Titan," Calvi reasoned. "The metal Titan's blood is safe." Willie shook his head in disapproval. "I need solid results. I am not risking the Warhammer Titan, I am not risking Lara's life on a whim." Calvi sighed, but relented. "I understand. We'll ramp up experimentation in order to prove to you that this new serum is safe." "Thank you," Willie said. "Have you found any new information on the Titans perhaps?" "No," Calvi answered, "we only have word of mouth, and the piece of the flying Titan. We've been unable to gather new intelligence. All ships we've sent to the island so far haven't returned." "Unfortunate," Willie sighed. "Still, if those demons of Paradis managed to make them." "You know just as well as I Paradis wouldn't have the capability to make them," Willie interrupted. "Do you really think that they are beings from among the stars?" Calvi asked as he clenched his fists. "Maybe," Willie smiled. "Imagine that, worlds like and unlike us, expanding across the unknown. What was their story? How did they get here?" "I'd rather not know," Calvi declared. "None of us are ready for that truth." Meanwhile, Megatron grumbled as he dragged himself back into the military compound. Not through the window this time, but through the front gate. His week was over, and he had to return or else there would have been complications. Megatron saw the warrior cadets training as he made his way inside the building. He noticed them looking at him before growling at them, causing them to look away. Megatron went inside the building, contemplating what he just learned a week ago. He couldn't understand it, and he had no idea what it even meant. How in the Allspark and the pits did a measly, disgusting human get their hands on? "Well, look who finally returned," a voice commented. Megatron turned to see Magath staring at him in disgust. "Again, it's not like I want to be here," Megatron reminded in his other voice. Magath groaned in response. Look, I don't want this just as much as you don't, and the arrangement was one made by Calvi as punishment. Get along with me, and I'll get along with you. I will never get along with you, Megatron declared, you're the reason I'm stuck here in the first place. Magath grimaced in response. Fine then. You can start by cleaning my office. Just know that I offered the branch. If you try anything, I'll break that branch, and your hand, Megatron swore. Magath walked past Megatron, bumping his shoulder in the process. Megatron snarled in response before smiling wickedly. He was going to make his life a nightmare. Paradise. Optimus dodged a punch from Aaron in his Titan form before throwing a right hook. Aaron quickly regenerated his face before roaring and kicking Optimus in the chest. Hanji watched closely at the two battling it out in their Titan forms, keeping track of Aaron's injuries and the amount of time that it takes to regenerate each blow. Hanji wanted to test the powers of the Titans with the Energon, despite some opposition. It was understandable. Despite the fact that Aaron got the new power-up, Aaron's body couldn't handle the impact of Cybertronian metal. Hanji noted that it was still hard to keep up, and harder for Aaron to focus on regenerating. On the plus side, Aaron's hands don't shatter on contact to Optimus like it used to. Aaron tried to spin kick Optimus, but the Prime bent backwards and dodged. He then grabbed Aaron's leg before tossing him aside. Aaron rolled across the ground before getting on his feet once more. Aaron jumped into the air, but lost focus when he realized he jumped higher than anticipated. Aaron missed Optimus before the Prime kicked the Titan shifter in the knee, crippling him. Yelena continued watching from her hiding spot in awe. The Metal Titan was skilled in combat, and Aaron was showing much promise. But Marley did have the advantage. With more knowledge of the powers of the Titans, there was no way for Aaron to reach that power. But, she could make a bargain. Marley. Reiner was heading to Commander Magath's office to give him a report when he saw that the door was open. He peered inside to see Matthew grumbling and cleaning Magath's office. Matthew picked up a small picture frame and looked at it with such venom. Before Matthew could make a move to break it, Reiner made his presence known. It caused Matthew to snap out of his thoughts and put the picture frame back. I don't know where that bastard is, so don't bug me, Matthew hissed. I just came to give a report, Reiner explained, can I just leave it on his desk? Do you think that's the best option for you? Matthew questioned. Probably not, Reiner admitted, I'll go look for him. Megatron watched Reiner turn to leave before a thought occurred to him. He quickly grabbed the Titan shifter's shoulder, causing him to stiffen in fear. I need to confirm something, Megatron told him. Reiner turned to Megatron, trying to keep his composure. Did I do something wrong? Depends, Megatron answered, you didn't tell anyone about my situation. Situation? Reiner asked in confusion before remembering last week's ultimatum from Calvi, you mean you're... Yes, Megatron cut off, you didn't tell anyone, did you? No, I swear. Reiner swore, I have no reason to, and I'm certain that I would be in trouble for it. I appreciate that, Megatron forced himself to say, the last thing I need is for people to ask questions and invade my privacy. Your cousin tends to do that a lot. I'm sorry about that, Reiner apologized, Gobby's fully devoted to Marley. She'll most likely say anything to get on their good side, Megatron agreed. But I didn't say anything to anyone, Reiner declared. Good, Megatron said before returning to cleaning his office. You know, if you want to talk about it. Megatron busted out laughing, catching the Titan shifter off guard. You talk to me about it? Megatron asked in disbelief. I was trying to help. Reiner exclaimed in anger, I can't imagine it being so easy for you. And why would you want to help me? Megatron smirked in amusement, do you want me to be nice to your cousin? Put her in a better standing. No, Reiner asserted, what is wrong with you? I'm trying to help you. You're going to want something later, and I don't want to feel like I owe you, Megatron proclaimed. I don't want any payment. Reiner exclaimed, I want to help because it's the right thing to do. Somehow that's even worse, Megatron commented. Reiner was taken aback. How is that worse? From experience, People usually help me because they want something from me, Megatron explained, which is why I don't bother extending that same courtesy. Like those warrior cadets. I didn't ask them to help me with my work, but they decided to. Most likely to get some extra hours in training. Reiner grew angry. They wanted to do it because you're the first person to treat them with any kind of respect. Then they set the bar really low, Megatron emphasized. You don't call them demons, devils, Eldian scum, Reiner listed, you helped Colt and Falco. You set up a grave for someone you didn't even know. You're telling me you did that for a selfish intent. What I do is none of your business, Megatron warned. They look up to you. Reiner exclaimed, what is so wrong about doing something nice for someone without some kind of incentive? What's so wrong about doing something for someone because you care about them? Just for the sake of it. I get that you're trying to appeal to my humanity, but I don't have it, Megatron declared, I threw it away to survive. I don't think you did, Reiner proclaimed. Megatron glared at Reiner as the Titan Shifter decided to leave the papers on Magatha's desk. The Titan Shifter left the room and Megatron grabbed the reports he left. He wanted to tear it to shreds, but what good would that do him? It wouldn't eliminate the armored Titan. It would only be passed on to someone new. He wouldn't know much about the next Titan Shifter, but he already had an idea on the current one. Megatron slammed the papers onto his desk. Fine. He would play this stupid game, and he would break him. Yelena walked into the tent to see Hanji and Levi discussing some plans in private together. They stopped and turned to her as she waved to them. I have something that I would like to discuss with you, Yelena remarked. Hanji and Levi looked at each other before turning to Yelena. And the topic is? Hanji trailed off. About the powers of the Titans, Yelena answered. Yelena noticed Levi was weary of her answer, but she could tell that Hanji was interested. At the very least, the commander's interest was piqued. She could make this work. You know that the power of the Titans each have a very special attribute, Yelena began, however, Titan experimentation in Marley has been able to augment the powers of some of the Titans or give them new abilities. How so? Hanji asked. At the top of my head, their experimentation is the reason why the female Titan is able to create armor for herself, Yelena answered. Long and excessive experimentation gave the female Titan both protection, and the ability to call out to other Titan. Not enough for complete control, but it is still a useful weapon. The point being what, exactly? Levi demanded. I could find a way to get my hands on a newly modified serum. One with armor that would help Eren Yeager and Ymir defend themselves in combat, Yelena offered. Hanji and Levi became cautious at the offer. Levi glanced over at Hanji, wondering what she would do next. Hanji didn't respond to him and kept her attention on Yelena. Yelena, you do understand that infiltrating Marley's top science division would be rather difficult, Hanji retorted. Can you really ensure that you would somehow be able to retrieve something as valuable as a Titan serum? I know my way around the lab, Yelena responded. I can retrieve the serum quickly, and no one would notice or suspect me. As far as the record shows, I am missing in action. And if someone catches you, they'll wonder how someone missing in action came up on their shores, Hanji retorted. It is a dangerous task. Doesn't the Survey Corps always do dangerous tasks to get what they want? Yelena asked rhetorically. Hanji wanted to retort, but held her tongue. We'll think about it. Thank you for the recommendation, Yelena. Yelena slightly bowed before exiting the tent. Hanji rubbed the side of her head as Levi stood up. She's striking a bargain, Levi told her. And she has the advantage, Hanji hissed in response. Eren and Ymir are not properly protected, and Ymir wants to wait until long-term affects have been accounted for in the Energon serum. On a related note, we shouldn't discuss this here, Levi informed her. These tents are shit and the buildings for the port are still under construction. Hanji nodded her head. We'll wait for Optimus, and then we discuss it with him. Megatron finally managed to find some time to himself, after the extensive labor and attendance to actually read information regarding this species. He was reading outside in a location few people passed by. This time, he used his earnings to read a book about human anatomy. There had to be some way to explain his injuries and how he managed to get them, so studying the human body would actually be a good start. However, he was fairly certain the information present wasn't enough compared to the humans on Earth. Either way, the book still grossed him out. Why do humans have so many parts? How are they okay with this? Matthew, a voice greeted. Megatron stiffened as he saw Porco walking up to him. Megatron nearly grimaced, seeing the energon present in the human's eyes. I thought you'd be experimented on, Megatron remarked in his other voice as he continued reading. They let me have a break, Porco admitted. I guess they don't want my experience to be strenuous, considering what happened with Berthold. The dark energon, Megatron realized before responding. I guess it's good to be cautious. I actually came over to ask about him, Porco began. Did you really set up a makeshift tomb for him? I did, Megatron answered. I don't understand, Porco admitted. You're not even an Eldian. Why would you do that? Especially for someone you didn't know. Mainly because I didn't want to deal with grieving kids, Megatron answered. It would have affected training. I see, Porco trailed off. Thanks anyway. Megatron grunted in response, but noticed a rather disdainful look on Porco's face. Look, I don't know what else you want me to say, Megatron declared. I didn't even know the Colossal Titan. I'm not angry with you, Porco told him. I'm angry at myself, and at Reiner. The Armored Titan. Megatron raised an eyebrow as he shut the book. Reiner was the weakest of us, Porco explained as he sat down, but he was set to inherit the Armored Titan and go to Paradise. If it wasn't for him, the Flying Titan wouldn't have infected Berthold and killed him, and my brother wouldn't have been captured. I want to hold on to the hope that they're still alive, but those islanders are devils. They most likely killed him on the spot. Megatron shut the book and looked at Porco. I thought this Titan was unstoppable. I doubt you being there would have changed the outcome. I'm better than Reiner. Porco exclaimed. I had better strong suite than Reiner. If I was there, I could have saved them. Instead they fell to someone who's inadequate like Reiner. His only attribute was loyalty. Look where that got us. A word of advice, arrogance will be your undoing, Megatron advised. Porco looked at Megatron in confusion. What? I might not be training you anymore, so consider this my final lesson. Maybe the reason Marley didn't choose you was because you were too arrogant when it came to your strengths, Megatron continued. Arrogance leads to downfall. I've seen that too many times in my life. Porco trailed off. Guess I haven't thought about it like that. Still, I felt like I could have done more. And what's worse, I can't even see Berthold's memories in order to find out ways to beat those Titans. That actually caught the Titan's interest. Memories. Before Porco could elaborate, a commanding officer ordered for Porco to come to him. Porco waved goodbye to Megatron before leaving. Megatron quickly stood up and walked back over to the compound. This one's experimentation was less strenuous. He couldn't see his predecessor's memories. He thought that all Titan shifters were able to see their predecessor's memories. Why couldn't this one? Paradise. An advanced serum. Optimus asked Hanji and Levi as he drove towards the neutral ship. One which heightened powers, Hanji explained as she tapped the steering wheel, like giving armor to the female Titan. I mean, this is something that Eren needs. He already struggles to hold his own against you, and you're the one that's holding back. Giving him the armor would allow him to get stronger, match you a little more in combat, and actually take on Marley forces. She's going to want to talk to Eren in return, Levi reminded as he adjusted the passenger seat belt. And as long as she holds information about the Titans, she has the advantage, Optimus explained. She will not concede that information unless we guarantee she can talk to Eren. Shit, we really need that serum for both Eren and Amir, Hanji whined. Maybe we can monitor them, or just let them say a simple hello. Megatron specifically stated not to trust her, Optimus declared. And you're taking Buckethead's advice? Levi asked in disbelief. She has been rather insistent on certain matters, Optimus admitted. Maybe we could ask Megatron to retrieve the vial. Hanji suggested. And have him break it in his actual form. Levi retorted. What other options do we have right now? Hanji reminded. Megatron, we have a situation, Optimus began as he contacted Megatron through the COMM link. Yelena is offering a more advanced Titan serum, but it is most likely in exchange for meeting with Eren. Why are you telling me this? Megatron responded in a rather hushed tone. If there is a way that you can retrieve the serum and transport it here. You do know that is where the problem lies, right? Megatron interrupted. Megatron, please, Hanji spoke, whatever Yelena wants with Eren, we can't let that happen. Not without knowing what their objectives are. I can't guarantee results, Megatron merely answered before disconnecting the COMM link. We're stuck, aren't we? Levi concluded, there's no way he's going to pull this off. We are not agreeing with Yelena, not until we can confirm we can get that serum, Hanji declared. No one says anything to her, until I give the go-ahead. 2 days later, Marley's science headquarters. Zeke watched from the sidelines with the other commanders as the Titan experiments continued on. Zeke turned his attention to Matthew, who was merely reading another book as the experiments continued, not caring if anything happened unless he was called into action. A scientist walked in the room and began whispering something to Commander Calvi. Zeke couldn't tell what it was, but he noticed that Matthew's interest was piqued. He was glancing up from the book, trying his best to hear the conversation. When the scientist left the room, Matthew got up and followed him out quietly. Zeke grew worried and excused himself before following him. Zeke tailed Matthew and grew worried when he went into the lab's storage unit. When Zeke went up to the door, Matthew grabbed him and pulled him into the storage unit. Zeke was startled, but refocused, and saw that Matthew was scavenging through the room. Where are the spare dark energon samples? Matthew demanded in his regular voice. I don't know, Zeke admitted, scientists usually have them on a different floor. Matthew swore in a different language as he pushed aside the energon serum containing the added armor component. He rubbed the side of his head in irritation as he leaned against the shelf the items were on before looking at Zeke. I've heard that the new Colossal Titan is unable to see the memories of his predecessor, Matthew said. What happened? I've only been hearing pieces so far, but it's not a normal occurrence, Zeke explained, unless the will of the user is extremely strong, like that of the 145th king, there's not much influence one can do to block memories. If the consumption of a Titan shifter is accepted with little resistance, it does make memory transfer easier. Matthew tapped his arm as he thought the information over. Berthold is gone, Zeke reminded. I thought that's what you wanted. I wanted the Colossal Titan gone because of the effects of the Dark Energon, Matthew clarified, but there might be a chance that it's not. What do you mean by that? Zeke asked in fear. The new Colossal Titan consumed Dark Energon, Matthew reminded, and from what I understand, all Eldians are somehow connected, regardless of whether or not one is a Titan shifter. So what does that mean? Zeke demanded. I don't know, Matthew proclaimed, at least, not yet. I have a few theories in mind, but I need more information in order to come up with a proper conclusion. So what now? Zeke asked. Gather data for me, Matthew requested. I can't get it on my own because I don't have that type of clearance. Zeke grimaced before relenting. If he didn't help the Flying Titan in this situation, it was going to affect more than just Porco. Okay, Zeke told him, I'll see what I can do. Zeke walked out of the room with Matthew following close behind, unaware that there was something in Matthew's pocket. Yelena was confused. It's been 2 days since her proposal, but there was no meeting or tentative agreement. It's been complete silence. She tried to bring it up, but the Survey Corps commander insisted that she was busy. Levi was not someone to strike a sensitive topic, and she wasn't certain how to talk to the Titan. Maybe they were still mulling it over. This had to work. They had no other options. Megatron shut the door to his room before sliding down to the floor. He reached into the jacket pocket and pulled out 2 energon serums with armor and beast labeled on top of it. This was most likely experimental, but it should provide Prime's pet and the Queen's wife an advantage. Megatron sighed as he began to play with one of the vials. Getting this to them without detection was the problem. He couldn't transport this in his alt mode without it being shattered. If he told the Beast Titan about this, there would no doubt be some kind of demand, which was why he distracted him about the Dark Energon situation in order to get his hands on this in the first place. The possibility of Dark Energon still being present in the new Colossal Titan is a serious situation, but as far as he knew, this was just a theory. He still needed to keep a close eye on him. Megatron's eyes wandered to the flask on the drawer. Maybe he could use that. He never really uses it anyway. It was just for pretend, but he would have to justify what happened to the old one if someone saw him with a new flask. He has been saving up money though, he could still buy a container of some kind. He would still have to find a way to transport it to the island. Now that he thought about it, he could put the container on one of the ships that was scheduled to head to Paradise. No one would be the wiser. Although, he would have to hide it so none of the other humans would find it and drink it by accident. Megatron hid the vials of the serum in the bag before grabbing his saved cash. He did have an idea. Later, Colt and Reiner were taking the 4 children out of the compound and back to the internment zone and stopped when they saw Matthew waiting in front of the military gate, reading a book. The children looked away from Matthew while Colt grew tense. Is something wrong? Reiner was the only one brave enough to ask. Matthew shut the book and looked at the 5. I'm only doing this once. The seller was reading one of the in his supply shop when he felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up and tensed to see the towering man looking down on him with his multiple scars and red eyes. "See, can I help you, sir?" the seller stuttered. "I'm here to buy something, and so are they," the man stated as he gestured behind him. The seller saw Eldians standing in his doorway and immediately grimaced in anger. "Absolutely not," the seller exclaimed, "I'm not going to have disgusting Eldians ruin my..." Before the seller could finish, the man placed a roll of cash on his table. The seller was stunned, and looked up to see the man giving him a sly grin. "Your lucky business is slow today," the seller hissed as he took the cash. Megatron turned to the 5 Eldians. "Each of you gets 1 item only. Don't touch every single item you see. Decide first, then pick it up. I don't want them here longer." Megatron slammed a few extra bills on the table in response. 10 minutes only, the seller told him. "Are you serious?" Falco asked in surprise. Megatron pulled out a stopwatch and activated it. "Better hurry." The 4 Eldians speed-walked their way down one of the aisles while Colt quickly followed to keep them in line. Reiner was still stunned at the prospect as Megatron walked down another aisle. Megatron saw a small canteen with a strap on it and quickly grabbed it and put it in his pocket before Reiner made his way towards him. "I thought you didn't care about anyone," Reiner commented, almost with a hint of satisfaction. "Giving them rewards will get them more motivated to train," Megatron explained as he was browsing for another object. "Improvement means I get to leave quickly." "Somehow, that still sounds like a lie," Reiner commented. Megatron didn't respond to that. "Believe what you want." Megatron noticed a switchblade on the shelf and picked it up before spinning it around in his hand. "That 1 item rule also applies to you." Reiner laughed at the thought. "How generous, you're a confusing guy." Megatron folded the switchblade and put it in his pocket before pulling out the stopwatch. 8 minutes left. "I'd say you're confusing," Megatron commented as he put the stopwatch away. "You praise Marley, but I see instances where you've held your tongue, had hesitation in your eyes when spouting Marleyan propaganda. I've heard from Porco that the only quality that you really have as a warrior is your devotion to the cause. Now it seems like you don't believe in it anymore." Reiner grew fearful as Megatron leaned against the shelf. "I don't blame you," Megatron admitted, "being on that island must have destroyed everything you've ever believed in. Not to mention the loss of your friend. The people on the island are..." "You just called them people," Megatron immediately cut off. "Like you stated before, I don't insult the Eldians, I don't call them names. And you're not insulting the ones on Paradise." "That proves nothing," Reiner hissed. "Then would you go back to the island if asked?" Megatron challenged. "Would you kill people there?" Reiner was scared to respond. What if this man sold him out? What if he would get his power revoked? "I get it," Megatron told him, "to live one way for so long, and then have everything you've ever worked for, everything you believe in, be shattered to pieces." Reiner looked down at the floor. "How would you know what I feel?" "I'm way older than you," Megatron reminded. "I've lived my life and seen everything. Traveling a lot, seeing the cultures and lives of every other person in the world, it tends to put things into perspective." To make you not trust someone when they do something nice for you, Reiner retorted. The less attachments, the better, Megatron proclaimed, that way I don't have to worry about anyone but myself. Reiner laughed bitterly at the thought, seems like you're the freest person ever. More of a paradoxical existence, Megatron admitted, although, considering what you're going through with your friend, Berthold, I think I'm fine where I am. Megatron could see the despondent expression on Reiner's face, and he felt this sense of guilt. Was this guilt? Or was this sympathy? No, this was empathy. I get where you're coming from, Megatron admitted, I've lost people too. If anything, I'm the only one here who can understand the pain you're feeling. Megatron found himself shocked by his own words while Reiner stared at him in disbelief. Why would he offer his hand like that? What was he doing? Why are you telling me this? Reiner asked. I don't know, Megatron admitted. Megatron quickly checked the stopwatch to see that 3 minutes were left on the clock. If you do want to talk about it, Reiner offered. I don't want to share my past with you, Megatron declared, and besides, you look like you could use someone to talk to. Not me. An idea formed in Megatron's head at that moment. If you want, you can vent to me about what you can't normally say. I have no reason to sell you out. I'll think about it, Reiner told him. Megatron looked down at the stopwatch while smirking at Reiner's response. He walked away from Reiner to call the other Eldians. They wanted to show him their items, but Megatron quickly ushered them out of the store. Megatron looked back at Reiner as the warrior quietly followed behind him. Behind Reiner was the vision of his younger self looking at him with disappointment. Zeke took a deep breath before knocking on Commander Calvi's door. He waited a little, and Calvi opened the door to him. Zeke, I might hold you in high regard, but you are still an Eldian, Calvi reminded, I don't need you here to bother me. I just wanted to ask a quick question about Porco's condition, Zeke admitted, I wanted to know how he's been. What with experimentation and all. That is none of your concern, Calvi proclaimed. We've seen the dangers of the Dark Energon in Berthold Hoover, Zeke reminded, I just do not want to see another fellow Eldian suffer the same fate. Calvi thought it over. You don't have that type of clearance. When we have enough data, then I will discuss it with you. I understand, Zeke relented before saluting Calvi and leaving him alone. Calvi shut the door and walked back over to his desk, reading one of the reports, stating that there were remnants of the Dark Energon inside of Porco Galliard. Megatron got back to his room and quickly placed the small canteen on the bed before pulling out the bag and grabbing the 2 vials of the Energon serum. He popped it open and began to pour the contents of both vials into the canteen before shutting it. He'll figure out a way to dispose of the empty vials later. Now was the matter of how to notify them that this canteen contained the Energon serum. Megatron's foot hit something, and he looked down to see the book about the ocean he left on the ground. Megatron picked up the book before looking down at the small canteen, examining the strap. Doing something for the sake of others, Megatron recalled, how preposterous. A week later, the Survey Corps were scavenging the ship that was forced to be docked by Aaron and Optimus. They were looking to see if they could find anything useful to them like weapons, since the Marleyan prisoners were little to no help. Armin found himself searching through crates when something caught his eye under a blanket. Armin moved the blanket and nearly gasped with excitement at the sight. It was a book, about the ocean. Armin grabbed the book and pulled it up before flipping through the pages. It was so much bigger than the book his grandpa had. He couldn't believe that something like this was here. Armin stopped on a page about the salt that resided in the ocean, when he noticed a string. Armin followed the trail of the string and saw that it was attached to a small canteen that resided in the box. Armin raised an eyebrow in confusion as he picked up the canteen. That was an odd place to put a canteen, but why was the strap used as a bookmark? Armin flipped back to the page about the salt water before grabbing the canteen. There was a reason the strap was on this page. There had to be. Armin shut the book and opened the canteen. Armin stared in shock to find liquid form of Energon inside. Armin quickly closed the canteen before making his way off the ship in a calm manner. He made his way throughout the camp and to the large tent where Hanji and Levi were having a private meeting. Commander, I have something really important I need to tell you, Armin declared. Brat, this better be important, we're in the middle of something, Levi hissed. What's the point? Hanji retorted, we might have to concede to Yelena and ask her for the serum. Armin showed Hanji and Levi the canteen. I don't think we need to do that. Levi raised an eyebrow as Hanji took the canteen from Armin. I found the strap of that wedged in between this book, Armin explained as he showed Levi the book. Hanji opened the canteen and stared in disbelief before laughing like a maniac. Buckethead, you slick son of a bitch. Wait, Megatron sent that? Armin asked in disbelief. We asked him a week ago to sneak the Energon serum to the island. Hanji smiled wickedly, to think he managed to pull it off. I'll make sure to give him credit where it is due. Armin looked back down at the book before looking back at the canteen that Hanji was gushing about. Did Megatron do this? Did he send the book with the canteen to Armin because he knew that he would figure it out? Call Eren and Amir, Hanji ordered Armin, we need to have a very serious discussion. Yes, sir, Armin saluted. Meanwhile, Yelena was fuming with anger from behind the tent. That's why they didn't bother to agree with her. They told that Titan to get the serum for them. They had no other leverage to get to Eren now. Fine. If they were going to play dirty with her, then she was going to play dirty with them. Yelena walked away from the tent to find Nicolo. It was time to gain control of the military. Chapter 47, Energon Serum. Eren watched as Hanji prepped the Energon Serum before handing the syringe to him. She then used her 3D gear to fly away from Eren. She landed on Optimus' shoulder as the other Survey Corps members waited with concern and anticipation. The only one who didn't care at all was Megatron, who was watching with boredom and apathy. Again, why am I here? Megatron demanded. Because we need extra muscle in the event Eren goes out of control, Hanji responded, and I know today is your day off. Megatron rolled his optics and removed the shield from his back to defend himself. Let's just get this over with. Optimus didn't respond as he looked back at Eren. They did discuss this with Eren and Amir the moment Hanji got the serum. Amir decided to wait and see the results, which was understandable considering some of the reactions that Eren was having. Once the rest of the Survey Corps was confronted, there was concern and vocal opposition, mostly from Mikasa and Armin. Eren was the one who ultimately made the agreement to this. He personally didn't want this for Eren, but the island didn't have that much of a choice. Eren was nervous as he lifted the syringe to his arm. He was going to be injecting more of this substance into his arm. He wasn't sure what too much exposure would do, and he wasn't sure how this would affect what he saw. But, if this could make him stronger, if there was a chance that it could change that horrific outcome, then it was a risk he was willing to take. Eren injected himself with the serum, and the Survey Corps covered their eyes as blue lightning came and consumed him. Optimus quickly got in front of the Survey Corps to protect them from the force of the transformation. Eren's Titan form appeared from thin air, and when his feet touched the ground, blue crystals began to form outwards in all directions. Some of them curved upwards and sprouted like trees without leaves. Optimus grew more concerned, not expecting these kinds of results. He debated whether to go on the offensive or the defensive. Should he pull Eren out? Could he even reach Eren? Optimus took small steps back as the blue crystals came closer. Meanwhile, Megatron pulled out his sword, ready to go on the offensive, and thinking of multiple ways to disarm him. Armin managed to open his eyes and gasped as the blue crystals began to encase Eren's Titan form from the feet up. Eren noticed it too as he seemed to reach out towards them with his hand, but could move to them because he was locked in place. Eren! Armin yelled. Eren found himself in a dark void. He couldn't feel his body, and could only move his eyes to look around. He could hear some muffled speaking and was going to respond, but something else caught his attention. Something was coming towards him, walking toward him with their dark boots and black coat, but he couldn't see their face. Eren found something off about the way the being was walking and realized his vision was upside down. He was upside down. He wanted to speak, but for some reason he couldn't. He couldn't feel his lips. Eren grew tensed as the being reached out his hand towards him. What was it going to do? Get away! Get away! Eren! Aaron took a deep breath as someone pulled him out of his Titan form. He blinked and his vision cleared to see Armin, Mikasa, and Hanji looking down at him with corner. He forced himself to sit up in their arms as he saw Levi standing above the hole with the Cybertronian blades equipped on his person. "Well, it looks like regular blades are shit," Levi commented. "Aaron, are you alright?" Optimus asked him as Jean, Connie, and Sasha resided on his shoulders. "What happened?" Aaron asked. "Well," Hanji trailed off, not knowing exactly how to explain this. Aaron looked around to see the entire area they were in covered in blue crystals. He could see his reflection in the ground beneath him, along with his solidified Titan form. Some of them formed pillar-like structures, almost like wilted trees. He even noticed Megatron observing one of the pillars, poking at it with one of his fingers. "Something," Hanji finished, "it looks like the structure back at the cave, but it looks a little bit like Energon." "And, I did this?" Aaron questioned. Levi tapped the crystallized Titan form with the Cybertronian blade twice. "Yes. Kind of looks like the stuff you guys have," Jean commented. "This isn't Energon," Megatron spoke up, causing everyone to look at him. "This is a mix of the crystals in the cave and the Energon in your systems. It won't provide any sufficient fuel for us. This makeup is too diluted for actual consumption, but it should be safe enough for you humans to actually touch it." Everyone except for Optimus was baffled by Megatron's explanation. "I thought you were some type of street fighter," Connie exclaimed. "You know all that just by looking at the shit?" Levi questioned with suspicion. "How?" "None of your concern," Megatron warned ominously, causing everyone to recoil slightly. "In any case, this will require further inspection," Optimus proclaimed. "An experimentation?" Hanji smiled wickedly. "No," Levi scolded. "But Levi," Hanji whined. "You're commander, not a squad leader anymore," Levi reminded. "Fine," Hanji groaned as she grabbed Armin by his arm, "I will have Armin assist me." "Huh!" Armin exclaimed. Aaron watched the conversation play out as Mikasa covered him with the Survey Corps poncho. Aaron looked down at himself, just realizing now that he lost his shirt. He looked up to her to see the relief in her eyes, followed by a painfully worried expression. He looked down at his arms to see that the Energon receded back into his spine, at least for now. But, what did this mean for now? "Marley." Calvi grimaced as he saw Porco's blood sample. He saw that the Energon was there, but he also saw very small remnants of the dark Energon that was present in Porco. "This is very likely still present within Porco," the head scientist proclaimed. "I'm uncertain if we can actually get rid of it. Not without actual knowledge of what this substance really is." "How badly will this affect Porco?" Calvi demanded as he lifted his head. "It's too early to say for certain," the head scientist admitted. "We would have to do many experiments, but since this substance is still within Porco, doing experimentation could possibly aggravate the dark Energon and make it worse. We could end up with the same results as last time with Berthold. We could end up going through another ritual ceremony." Calvi grimaced in anger. They were struggling on the battlefield enough already, and the world was advancing with anti-Titan artillery. Willie said he wouldn't risk hurting the Warhammer Titan unless actual results were produced. They needed to ensure that the Energon can be used as a weapon. "We are going to start physicals on the female Titan," Calvi declared. The head scientist looked at Calvi with concern. "Are you certain that this is the best option?" "We are running low on time and options," Calvi reminded. "At the rate the other countries are going, and the way that Paradis has it, Marley will be destroyed by its own complacency." I understand," the head scientist relented, thinking about the safety and security of his family. "We will start by next week," Calvi declared, "prep the usual equipment, and ask the engineer to bring any prototype weapons that they might have in store. Some of it might be volatile, considering they were also experimenting with the Energon serum," the head scientist warned. "So be it," Calvi said, "get it done." "Yes, sir," the head scientist saluted. Paradis. Optimus patiently watched as he liquefied the blue crystals. He couldn't exactly call it Energon, Megatron already stated that it was a mix. And looking at the final product, he could definitely tell the difference. The liquid was a lighter color, and there were still remnants of the crystals on top. Would the liquid even be reactive to anything explosive? Could this be used as a weapon? Optimus heard a being noise and realized that the machine was done. Optimus removed the crystals that remained, and saw that it was a rather clear color now. He could see through it. Optimus crushed what remained with ease with his servos and saw the tiny pieces in his hand. Optimus picked up another blue crystal with his other servo and began to crush it. He did notice that there was much more resistance when the energon remained mixed with the crystal. Cracks slowly began to form before the crystal snapped in two. Optimus watched the two pieces hit the table before picking it back up and examining it. This was definitely an interesting developmental. One that Hanji would be excited about. He just hoped that Eren would be safe for the time being, and that he wouldn't be pushed beyond his limits. Eren transformed into a Titan once more, much to the excitement of Hanji. The other Survey Corps members watched with caution on their horses, waiting on the possibility of him going wild. Once Eren managed to prove he was in control, Hanji asked him to try and create the crystals once more. Eren wasn't sure if he could do it again. Creating the crystals the first time was no doubt a response to injecting himself with the fluid. There was no guarantee that it was going to work again. Eren decided to take a deep breath, and focus. He focused on what centered him, and why he wanted to fight. He reached out his hands, remembering the armor that Annie had formed when she and him fought. He pictured the crystals covering his hands in a protective coat. He felt something creeping up on his hands and opened his eyes to the forming of the crystals on his hands. Hanji squealed with excitement. This is great. Armin quickly wrote down the information as Eren began throwing punches in the air. This was promising, however, they still had to determine whether or not this would be resistant to someone like Optimus. There was no guarantee that the armor would hold up against Optimus, and Megatron was definitely not going to volunteer his time. Armin thought back to the book attached to the canteen holding the serum. He didn't understand. He could have labeled the canteen with some kind of note. Why did Megatron wedge that there? Did Megatron trust him to find out what it was? Armin jolted out of his thoughts when Eren punched the ground and blue crystals shot up like spikes. Eren jumped back when he realized he did this while Hanji screamed with joy. He could focus on that later. This was more important right now. At the very least, they'll be able to give results to Ymir to persuade her to take the serum. The next day, Megatron walked back into the compound, ignoring the whispers and stares that were directed his way. Today, he would discover whether or not anyone noticed 2 vials of the Energon serum missing. They wouldn't suspect him, at least not right away. As far as the record showed, he wasn't an Eldian, and he had no affiliation with any other nation. Just as long as he kept up the rows, he would be safe for the time being. Megatron noticed Zeke coming his way as he walked down the hall of the building. Megatron quickly turned heel and followed Zeke into his office. When Zeke entered, Megatron shut the door behind him. Any update on the new Colossal Titan? Megatron demanded. I've heard rumors floating around, Zeke admitted. What kind? Megatron pressed. They're saying that the Dark Energon hasn't been completely removed from Porco, Zeke explained. Megatron grimaced in anger. I will eliminate him myself. They are saying that the remnants are barely noticeable, Zeke reasoned. They don't know if experimentation or time will aggravate it or not. So I don't think that it's reasonable to make such a move right now. This is all the more reason to make a move, Megatron hissed. If the Dark Energon cannot be eliminated through the ritual, then I will have to be rid of the Colossal Titan myself. The power of the Colossal Titan can be placed in another Eldian at random, Zeke reminded, one that might not be in Marley. I would take that chance, Megatron declared. Why? Zeke demanded, why else is this Dark Energon so dangerous that you're willing to risk another country having the edge in the middle of a war? You already know why, Megatron told him. But I know for a fact it's not everything, Zeke proclaimed. If Dark Energon is able to somehow reanimate the dead, then it must come from a very powerful source. And you're the only one here enough expertise on the matter. I need to know. Why is the Dark Energon not allowing Porco to access Bertholdt's memories? What other properties does this hold? Megatron was irritated, and didn't want to bother explaining a power he knew the Titan Shifter wouldn't understand. But he knew he would continue to ask questions. He wasn't obligated to share any information, but if it meant deterring the shifter from asking any more question, then so be it. I will not tell you where this substance comes from, Megatron proclaimed, noticing the anger in Zeke's eyes. I do, however, have a working theory about the previous colossal titan. Zeke's interest peaked and he began to listen intently. This world has some concept of an afterlife, correct? Megatron asked. Why yes, Zeke answered, caught off guard by the question. On my world, all of us come from one specific place, the Allspark, Megatron explained. This is where all life for us begins, and where we return. Dark Energon never came from the Allspark. It is a separate component, its anti-force if you will. Any one of us that comes into contact with it will be severed from the Allspark for all eternity. When we die, either our sparks turn to nothing, or, a fate worse than that. Why are you telling me this? Zeke dreaded. The Eldians are connected by something called the paths, Megatron recalled. Any memories, their very being remains in this interconnected network of other Titan shifters. Because of the Dark Energon, the pervious colossal Titan has most likely been severed from the paths. Forever. Zeke stared at Megatron in horror. Berthold is gone. I'm going to assume so, Megatron answered, it's a theory. Nothing more, but considering my own experience, that is what most likely happened. Is there a way to get him back? Zeke asked with concern. I'm surprised you care this much about him, Megatron commented. You just told me that Berthold is most likely going through a fate worse than death. Zeke nearly shouted. Or return to nothingness, Megatron added. That doesn't make it better. Zeke exclaimed, there must be a way to save him. Unless there is a physical removal of the Dark Energon, there's nothing that can be done, Megatron declared. He's gone. Either disappearing into nothingness, or enduring eternal suffering. Eternal suffering? Zeke questioned, isn't nothingness eternal suffering? What could be worse than that? The door opened and both Megatron and Zeke turned to see Magath there. Both of you are needed for today, Magath proclaimed, now. Later. Zeke watched everything being set up. The weapons, the data researchers, the soldiers, him, Pike, and Reiner, were all on standby. They were out in the designated training ground specifically meant to hone Titan abilities. This was where they test-ran Titan transformations. How long the Titan form would last, the special abilities, any new serum, they did it here. Zeke could see the sheer worry on Pike's face, and he didn't blame her. Losing Berthold was still fresh to them. None of them knew how this trial run with Annie would go. Reiner looked just as worried, no doubt wondering if Annie would be alright at the end of experimentation. Porco was prohibited from participating, much to the teen's dismay, but it was for the best. After what Matthew told him, it was better to keep Porco tied down and away from the fight. Zeke turned his attention to Matthew, appearing to be much more cautious about the situation. He was given a spear and vial of Energon in a match like last time, but that wouldn't be enough to hold off Annie. If all else failed, Matthew was to take Commander Calvi and Commander Magath away from the line of fire. But, from what he heard from Reiner's report on the island, they might not get very far. Zeke tensed when he saw Annie walking in the open field while others whispered in response to her disheveled state. He pitied her. She never cared for Marleyan glory, or the citizenship, or any of that. All she cared about was her father, and that was the one thing that he could resonate with her about. He never cared about Grisha. Grisha only used him for a weapon, but... Zeke took the glasses off of his face and wiped the lens before putting it back on. There was someone else who saved him. Zeke received orders to surround and keep a safe distance from Annie. Zeke, Pike, and Reiner surrounded her and kept a safe distance to allow her to transform. Zeke caught something in his eyes and noticed that Matthew was gazing at Annie with suspicion. He then noticed the Titan's gaze being directed towards Reiner, who was right in front of her. Begin. Magath shouted as he fired a shot into the air. Annie slowly raised her hand and bit down hard, activating her transformation. Zeke and everyone else covered their eyes as blue lightning came down and caused Annie to transform. Zeke watched with an aghast expression, as Annie's Titan body came into full view. He could see the Energon in her spine, and there was an erratic formation of crystals that came along with the Titan transformation. When the transformation stopped, Annie just stood there, slouched over, and motionless. Everyone waited with worry and anticipation for her to react, but nothing came of it. Nobody was willing to spout in order to make her move. Reiner became bold and bit his hand, causing the traditional, golden lightning to form and transforming into a Titan. Reiner hesitated before reaching out to her. When he touched her, Annie snapped her head to glare at him. Before anyone could react, Annie cocked her arm back and punched Reiner in the face. The force ended up ripping Reiner's head from the Titan body and flying across the field. Reiner went into a state of shock, the remaining of the Titan body falling backwards and hitting the ground. Annie yelled and stomped on his leg before ripping it off with ease and throwing it to the side. The leg ended up crashing into some of the weapons that were already set up, causing a massive scramble. Megatron quickly grabbed Calvi and Magath and placed them in a car. "Go. You're supposed to get us to safety," Magath reminded as Calvi quickly grabbed the keys in the compartment. "I can't drive," Megatron told him before Calvi ignited the engine and managed to drive away from the carnage. Megatron grimaced as he dosed the tip of the spear with the Energon vial. He watched as everyone was trying their best to get their own weapons ready while Annie sunk her crystallized claws into Reiner's chest before ripping it open, discarding the armor plating. Zeke and Pike sprung into action after registering their own shock, transforming into their Titan forms. Zeke grabbed Annie from behind, pulling her off of Reiner's broken Titan form. Pike quickly chomped on her leg to cause an imbalance in her footing. Pike managed to pull it off and discard it, but she watched in horror as the leg quickly grew back. "Annie, enough." Zeke's voice boomed in his Titan form. Zeke grunted as Annie used her hand to reach back and grab his face. Zeke could feel the immense pressure as Annie began to crush his face. He could feel those claws sinking deeper and deeper into the Titan's bones. Pike tried ripping the leg off again, but this time, Annie began swinging her legs around, picking up Pike in the process and swinging her around like a rag doll. Pike tried desperately to hold on, but she could feel that her jaw muscles were beginning to rip, and her teeth were beginning to shatter. Zeke could still barely see out of one eye, the other one already popping out of his skull and ready to burst. They were going to die. He was going to die. Without fulfilling his promise. Zeke managed to see a blue, flaming spear hitting Annie in the face. She roared in pain as she stopped kicking Pike around and clutched one side of her face. Zeke could only guess that the spear hit her eye. Zeke used this opportunity to push her head down and grab her nape before ripping it off. He yanked Annie out of her Titan form and let the body drop to the ground. Whatever limbs were torn off in the process regenerated in an instant, and the Titan body disappeared into thin air. Zeke's face regenerated enough to see Matthew running towards Reiner's Titan form that was slowly disappearing. Zeke then turned his attention to aid Pike, who was struggling to stand on all fours. Megatron rushed to the neck of the Titan form to see the muscle surround it was already weakening. Megatron groaned before forcing himself to grab the muscle and rip as much of it as he could in order to see the human's body. Megatron grabbed the human and struggled to pull him out. He was certain he was going to tear off his limbs. Megatron finally managed to pull Reiner out, but some of his limbs were torn and hanging by shreds of flesh. Megatron laid Reiner down and saw that his eyes were glazed over. He was in a state of shock. Megatron grabbed the canteen on his person before opening it and pouring some of it on his face. Megatron then forced Reiner to drink what was left. Reiner choked on some of the water before coughing up what he didn't drink. Reiner's eyes drifted toward Megatron, and the teen tried to speak. "Save your strength," Megatron told him in his other voice as he picked up the teen. "Kill me," Reiner pleaded. Megatron froze as he glanced down at the teen to see him looking at him with hazy eyes. Those dead eyes, that look of defeat that felt painstakingly familiar. "I kill you, I end up in trouble," Megatron reminded, as much as he wanted to do the deed. He ripped off the remaining limbs that were hanging by a thread before taking him to the Merlians. He quickly glanced over to Annie, who was still passed out in Zeke's hand. He knew he should have eliminated that Titan when he had the chance. Optimus was surprised to see some of the damage caused when he followed Hanji to the site. Some of the trees were torn to shreds, the ground was broken into, and there were remnants of the crystal on the ground. Was this what happened? Optimus asked as he transformed into his bipedal mode. It's so amazing. Hanji squealed, the crystal still remains, Eren is packing more of a punch, and he stayed in Titan form for a longer period of time. I hope you are not pushing him too hard, Optimus told her. I swear that I'm not, Hanji declared, Eren is resting at our campsite right now. But these results are great. If Eren keeps this up, he could be ready for the Titan shifters in Marley. Oh, were you able to find anything out about the crystal? I did liquefy it, Optimus answered, but the liquefied contents are not good for actual consumption. There are too many mixed properties. Is it flammable? Hanji asked, can it be used as fuel? Or even a weapon? That would require further inspection and experimentation, Optimus answered. A hypothetical situation could be using it as an alternative fuel source for the 3D gear instead of relying on gas, Hanji thought over, I'll make a plan to start experimenting on it right away. You still have the liquefied product, right? It still resides at the ship, Optimus told her. Good, make sure to bring it next time you come back from there, Hanji ordered. Optimus continued to observe the damage, touching one of the trees. From the looks of it, the new serum did increase his strength, which was a good thing. However, strength alone may not translate well when fighting enemy forces. Annie Leonhardt already had the Energon residing in her body, and he had no idea how powerful she was. She had training. He needed to see how powerful Eren had become in his Titan form. Reiner gasped as his eyes snapped open. He sat up and touched his head and face with his hands before going down and touching his chest. He was alive? Welcome back to the land of the living, a voice spoke. Reiner jolted as he saw Matthew standing at the foot of his bed. Reiner was also able to observe his surroundings and saw that he was in the military's hospital. What am I doing here? Reiner asked him. The female Titan decapitated you and you went into a state of shock, Matthew explained, you were out for 6 hours. 6 hours? Reiner exclaimed. You were in a state of shock when I pulled you out of that carcass, Matthew retorted, I don't think friend is the accurate word. I'm pretty sure that the girl hates you, but she decapitated you with a punch to the face. How do you know that she hates me? Reiner asked him. Matthew pulled out a canteen before opening it and handing it over to him. I've seen that look of hatred directed at me too many times in my life. The scientists are writing it off as a side effect of the serum, but I know murderous intent when I see it. She really wanted to kill you. Reiner felt solemn as he took the canteen and drank some of the water. Which begs the question, what the hell happened on that island? Matthew asked. Reiner grew tense as he gulped down the water in his mouth. That's classified information. Do not pull that crap with me, Matthew told him as he grabbed a chair nearby. He pulled it over next to Reiner before sitting down. You know that Marley's propaganda is horseshit. And at the very least I know it has to deal with your other 2 friends that are now dead. It's not safe to discuss it here, Reiner insisted. Matthew stared at him before sighing. Fine. I get it. Matthew picked something up before handing Reiner a small bag. Reiner stared in confusion as he took the bag. He opened to see, his mom's cooking? A packed sandwich? Word spread fast, Matthew explained, and I've been tasked to check up on you every hour by Magath. Your cousin wanted me to deliver that to you. Wait, how did she get this past the internment zone line? Reiner asked. There's a limit to how many times an Eldian can pass, regardless of warrior status. She told me to wait outside of the internment zone, Matthew responded. How did the guard let you take it? Reiner asked. Matthew merely pointed to his face, and Reiner understood. He looked back to the packed meal and gave a small smile. Thank you, Reiner told Matthew. Matthew merely grunted in response. Reiner turned his head slightly, and groaned in pain as he touched his neck. Suddenly, it felt like he couldn't breathe. He couldn't focus. He could feel claws sinking into his chest and ripping him apart. Reiner then felt a hand on his shoulder before someone was snapping in his face. Reiner snapped his head to see Matthew staring at him. Looks like you're still pretty traumatized, Matthew remarked. I'll tell Magath that you didn't wake up yet. That should give you a few more hours of rest to collect your thoughts. You shouldn't do that, Reiner told him, "You'll get into trouble. I have other stuff to do today, too." "Okay," Matthew began as he stood up, "then get up and stand up fully." Reiner blinked in confusion. What? "If you can stand up to full height, then I'll tell Magath you're up," Matthew challenged. Reiner tried to force himself to get out of bed, but his muscles ached. He continued to try, but that only resulted in him falling back down on the bed, feeling the aching pain all over. "Surprise, surprise," Matthew rolled his eyes. "Eat, sleep, I'll check in later." Reiner relented as he grabbed the bag and pulled out the sandwich. Reiner began eating, and Matthew turned away to walk out of the room. He almost opened the door, but he stopped. "Is there anything else?" Reiner asked him. "Again, I get it," Matthew spoke. "I know what it's like to lose someone, and to go through near-death experiences." "And death," Reiner commented. Matthew chuckled. "And death. But, I meant what I said. If you do want to talk, then, I'm here." Reiner couldn't believe what the man said, and before he could even question him, Matthew left the room. Reiner almost burst into tears at the proclamation, but he shoved it down and ate his meal. He didn't want anyone else coming in here and seeing him like this. Meanwhile, Megatron trudged to his room before shutting the door. He shouldn't have said that. Why did he say that? Why was he extending his servo to his enemy? Was it because he felt guilty? Did he feel guilty? Megatron reflected back to his time on the island. Prime's pet's insistence on taking his own life because he believed he didn't matter, and the domino effect that action led to. He remembered Armin's anger, followed by his sorrow. He remembered Mikasa's relief and gratitude towards him. But they were allies at best. They were supposed to work together. Here, everyone here was his enemy. They would turn on him in an instant once they knew who he was. But, instead of pathetic humans that he wanted to see, he ended up seeing something similar he saw when he was on the island, weeping children, and regretful humans. He couldn't ignore this. He couldn't ignore the feelings that he was having or shove it deep down inside of him. Not anymore. It was coming up to the surface at an alarming rate, and he was terrified about what would happen next. Was he even allowed to feel this way? Was he allowed to feel sentimental for the Eldians, even though he would have no doubt subjugated them to a similar, or even worse fate? Did he have that right to actually be kind to them, when he was the one who ripped away someone they loved? Megatron shook his head. This was a mission. No more, no less. These humans are not the end goal. Optimus is. But, it's been so long since he's taken the time to remember the name of someone that he's killed, and letting that stick in his processors. Berthold Hoover, a savior to the mainland, but a monster to the island. A child soldier on borrowed time, just like the rest of these humans, but he was glad that he was dead. Just so that he wouldn't have to suffer under Unicron's influence as a living being. No matter how he felt about any organic species, he's certain he wouldn't wish Unicron's torment on another soul. He hoped that the boy's soul disappeared into nothingness, instead of remaining within the thrall of Unicron. Later. In the open side surrounded by trees, Eren transformed into his Titan form and faced Optimus in his bipedal mode. Eren was nervous. Optimus told him that he wanted to test his strength in his Titan form, and he wasn't sure how it would go. The last time he fought Optimus in actual form, he barely stood a chance. Even if Annie was able to cut off a piece of Megatron, there was no guarantee that the same results would even apply to him. Meanwhile, the Survey Corps were hanging out in the trees watching the situation closely. Mikasa was worried, Hanji was excited, while Levi stared on in apathy. Armin didn't show any expression, but he was certain this wasn't going to turn out well. He would probably feel bad for Eren in a few seconds. Ymir didn't want to be here. She really didn't, but Hanji insisted that she be here, most likely to persuade her to take the serum so she could be prepared in the event of a fight. There was going to be a fight, that's an inevitable situation, but there was no guarantee that she wouldn't lose her mind in the process by taking it. Historia told her that when she talked to Eren that night, he looked even worse when he left her. She didn't want that to happen to herself. "Captain, why do we need to be here?" Connie asked. "Can't Optimus just stop Eren if he goes rogue?" "Stop complaining," Levi ordered, "We don't know the effects of this new serum, so it's best to be on guard. And, we're also here for moral support," Armin admitted. "Eren hasn't exactly beaten Optimus in combat, last time I checked. And when Eren did face off against him in Titan form, Optimus beat him easily. So this is going to be a slaughter," Sasha assumed. "Yes," Armin answered without hesitation. "The kid's fucked," Levi agreed. Eren got into a fighting stance and Optimus followed suit. Eren was surprised to see Optimus charge first and throw a punch. The Survey Corps winced at the loud sound, fully expecting Eren to be down already. Instead, they were shocked to find that Eren was still standing. He managed to block Optimus' punch with his arm, and both his arm and part of his face was covered in the new crystals. "Yes!" Hanji shouted with excitement. Eren threw a right hook at Optimus, but the Prime barely managed to dodge the attack. Optimus grabbed Eren's arm in retaliation and transformed one of his servos into his blade. Optimus raised it up high in order to chop off the arm. Eren thought fast and quickly crystallized the part of the arm as the blade came down. Both Eren and Optimus were taken off guard as the blade made contact with the crystal, but didn't shatter it or cut through. There were cracks forming because of the impact, but it wasn't enough to do actual damage. Eren pulled his arm out of Optimus' grip before kicking him away. Optimus skidded back to a stop before getting into another fighting stance, putting the sword away in response. Both charged at each other as Eren tried to punch Optimus in the face. The Prime ducked and pulled out his sword before swiping at Eren's underside. Eren quickly regenerated the wound as he crystallized both of his fists. He spun and threw a punch, but Optimus rolled out of the way and his fist hit the ground. Optimus quickly dodged spikes coming out of the ground that were directed at him. He kicked the spikes, causing them to shatter into pieces and catching Eren off guard. Eren grunted in pain as some of it got in his eyes. Optimus threw an uppercut, sending Eren into the air and crashing into the ground. Mikasa began to panic as Eren struggled to get up while everyone else was shocked at the display. "Wow," Connie commented. "Didn't expect him to last this long," Levi admitted. "Come on, Eren, you got this." Sasha cheered on. Eren managed to get up as Optimus jumped into the air and pulled out his sword. Eren crystallized his arms and raised them above his head to block the impact. Eren was shocked to find that Optimus' blade merely collided with his arms, but didn't cut through it. Eren struggled to keep his arms up, however, as Optimus pressed downward. Eren crystallized his foot and kicked Optimus in the abdomen, sending him back a few steps. Eren pushed himself up before throwing two punches at Optimus, one of them actually hitting the side of Optimus' face. Optimus threw a semi-spin kick, but Eren managed to bend backwards and dodge it. The metal was mere inches away from his face. Eren straightened himself out and threw a punch again, but Optimus caught his hand. Eren tried to throw another one, but Optimus caught that too. The two were forced in a deadlock, trying to push the other down. Eren head-butted Optimus, causing the Prime to grunt in pain and clutch his head. Eren threw another punch that Optimus blocked with his arm. The Prime then pulled out his sword again and swung at Eren, nearly hitting his face and cutting off part of his hair. Eren could hear his friends cheer him on as he used his arm to block a swing from Optimus. He didn't think that he would get this strong. He was actually holding his own against Optimus. This was great. He could protect everyone. He could protect the island. A memory flashed through his mind as Optimus thrusted his blade towards him. The land was barren, Optimus was still attacking him, but his mask was broken. His blood was dripping from his mouth as he let out a battle cry, and the sword was different. Why did he look so heartbroken? Eren grunted as Optimus threw a right hook at his face. Eren was taken completely off guard when Optimus transformed his other arm into a blaster. "Oh shit," Levi swore. "Optimus, what are you doing?" Hanji screamed. Optimus aimed his blaster under Eren's chin. Eren reacted fast, using his hands to move the blaster away from him as it charged. However, two of his fingers were in the way of the blaster as it fired. Eren yelled in pain as he clutched his hand and took a few steps back. Shit. What the hell? Why would Optimus do that? Eren observed his hand to see that the wound wasn't getting bigger and spreading, it was in fact regenerating. It was regenerating at a slow rate, like when he sustained an injury prior to the Energon serum. He couldn't believe it. He was immune to Energon now? Optimus, what the hell is wrong with you? Hanji shouted as she got onto his shoulder, you could have killed Eren. Eren, are you okay? Armin asked as he and Mikasa flew onto his shoulder to see if he was hurt. They were shocked to see Eren's fingers almost done regenerating. They remembered when Optimus shot off Annie's arm. It destroyed her actual arm, and nearly killed her. Now Eren's arm was regenerating from the Energon. I suspected this, Optimus proclaimed as he walked up to Eren and held his now regenerated hand. You suspected this? Hanji demanded. The Energon has been enhancing Eren's abilities thus far, Optimus explained. With Annie, she was able to destroy part of Megatron's armor. Just now, Eren's armor was resistant to my blades. I believed this new serum would fare against an Energon-based weapon. Optimus retracted his mask and gave a small smile of relief. Now we can say for certain that Energon will not hurt Eren's actual form. Eren was shocked as he looked down at his regenerated hand. He was immune to it. He could regenerate against it. That was a good thing, right? So then why did it give him such a sinking feeling in his gut? He reflected back on the image of him battling Optimus just a little bit earlier. If he did face Optimus, no, when he faced Optimus, does this serum give him the power to kill him? Did he just make a great mistake? I'd break your kneecaps if I could, Levi swore to him. I apologize for my actions, Optimus said. No, an apology doesn't fix this, Hanji declared. Prime, we have a situation, Megatron spoke through the COMM link. Megatron, you should not be communicating with me right now, Optimus told him, causing the Survey Corps to be interested in the conversation. This is important, and I'm certain that I will be coming late at night, Megatron proclaimed. What were the results of experimentation with the boy? Eren is fine, Optimus answered. We discovered that he has immunity to Energon. Of course he does, Megatron groaned. They did experimentation on Lionheart today, and she decapitated the armored titan with a single punch. What? A look of worry plagued Optimus' face, causing the other Survey Corps members to look at each other with concern. The shifter is in the hospital, and I've been tasked to keep watch on him, Megatron explained. He's been incapacitated for 6 hours. Even with the strength of 2 other titans, Lionheart managed to partially crush the face of the Beast Titan and ruin the teeth of the Cart Titan. Lionheart most likely can do fatal damage to us. This is no longer up for debate. They are a risk to the island, and us. Optimus heard the COMM link disconnect before thinking this over. What did Megatron say? Armin asked. We have a situation, Optimus proclaimed. Later. So Annie decapitated Reiner? Jean asked in the tent, with a single hit. Annie should have just killed him, Connie grumbled. Her powers have been augmented, and we know now that Eren's has as well, Optimus proclaimed in his hollow form. Marley will most likely take these results and proceed with giving the Energon serum to the rest of the Titan shifters in their arsenal. The current powers of the Titans have now been surpassed. Ymir grimaced at the thought. So, that means I have to take it. Everyone turned to Ymir. Don't I? Ymir pressed. At this point, you don't have a choice, Levi proclaimed. Levi, Optimus warned. You heard what Buckethead said, Levi reminded. If she doesn't take it, she will most likely be killed before she is even captured. Either you take it, or you die. No in between now. I mean, we still don't know what else might happen, Sasha tried to reason, and Historia wouldn't exactly be on board with this. So getting her head crushed is the better option. Jean retorted. I'll take it, Ymir declared. Ymir, you do not. Can it, Prime? Ymir interrupted. Marley is ruthless. They don't care about Eldians, I've known that for a long time. If I want to live to my full term, the Energon serum is the better option at the moment. Okay, Hanji nodded her head, you'll have 2 days. Talk to Historia about this and calm your nerves. Thanks, Ymir quietly said. Meeting is adjourned, Hanji proclaimed. Everyone walked out of the tent, with worry and uncertainty in their thoughts. Eren was proceeding to his tent, looking at his hand to see that it had fully regenerated. There really was no affect. He was officially immune. He didn't want to be. He didn't want to hurt Optimus. He didn't want to kill. Aaron, may I speak with you? Optimus asked as he walked up to the Titan shifter. Sure, Aaron answered. May I look at your hand? Optimus asked him. Aaron held out his hand towards the Prime. He kneeled down and took his hand to inspect it. Aaron noticed the tension in his shoulders leaving him as he was certain that his hand was fine. I am sorry for my brash actions today, Optimus apologized to him. I should not have put you in harm's way like that. It's okay, Aaron said, you wouldn't have hurt me on purpose. I know that. It is good to note that you are improving in training, Optimus explained. I didn't last that long against you, Aaron reminded. I have never taught how to counteract against long-range weapons, which is something that we should practice for next week, Optimus proclaimed. Regardless, your reaction time did improve, and you were able to adapt to your newfound abilities very quickly. Optimus placed his hand on Aaron's shoulder. You have done well, and I am proud of you. Really? Aaron asked in disbelief. Optimus nodded his head and gave a small smile. Thank you, Aaron said. Get some rest, Optimus told him as he stood up. I will see you in the morning. Aaron nodded his head as the Prime deactivated the hollow form. Optimus praised him, and he was so happy about it. But, now he was more terrified than ever. Was that outcome really going to happen? Was Optimus' death going to happen? Because of him? Later that night, Armin hid behind one of the buildings under construction before sitting down and uncovering his small lantern. He pulled out the book about the ocean from his coat. He flipped to the page he left off on last time and began to read. The ocean was much more expansive than he could have ever imagined. He couldn't stop reading it. He still decided to read it in secret. He was certain that people would have asked questions about the book. Commander Hanji and Captain Levi already know about Megatron's Energon trick. It wasn't beyond them to figure out why it was specifically in a book about the ocean instead of any other random book. At least he can read in peace for the time being and... You should be more mindful of your surroundings, a familiar voice spoke. Armin jolted before grabbing the lantern and shining the blue light in front of Megatron's hollow form leaning against the wall. Wait, what? Armin stuttered, what are you doing? How did you find me? I came to give Optimus a briefing on Lionheart's state, Megatron explained, then the med scientist demanded that I explain everything that happened. And you agreed? Armin asked incredulously. The woman wouldn't let me leave until I told her everything, Megatron proclaimed, a lot of energy for that small body. Did she grab your leg or something? Armin asked. That and jump on my back, Megatron admitted. I would have done more harm to her, but since her status has changed to the leader of the Survey Corps, I can't do much to her in regards to physical violence. Also, the dwarf and Optimus were in the room. That doesn't explain how you knew I was here, Armin reminded. Barely anyone passes by here since it's still under construction. You weren't mindful of your surroundings, Megatron declared. You looked rather suspicious for someone with a trained optic. Armin sighed in response before returning to the book in hand. Guess I'll find another spot later. Megatron glanced down to see the page that Armin was on, detailing the marine vegetation on the ocean floor. The aquatic life is more interesting than the vegetation. What page is that? Armin asked absent-mindedly. Armin stopped reading, and sharply looked up at the Titan. Wait, Armin began as he stood up, did you read this? I had to find something to fill the time, Megatron grumbled, and I unfortunately have to know more about your species so I'm not caught. Megatron glanced at Armin to see excitement in the teen's eyes. Megatron pushed Armin back a little, but not enough to land him on the ground. I've had enough from the scientist for one night, I don't need to hear it from you, Megatron proclaimed. But you read it, Armin said, and you gave it to me, along with the Energon. Megatron, did you? I figured the ocean would have grabbed your attention, Megatron reasoned. And, the book, Armin trailed off. Megatron rolled his eyes. What do you want me to say, alert? I just want to know if I can keep this, Armin requested. Megatron shrugged. I have no use for it anymore. Megatron saw the sheer joy in Armin's eyes as he flipped through the book, and it felt strange. What was he even feeling right now? Considerate payment, Megatron said, causing Armin to look up at him, for listening to my mess. Armin thought it over before lightly patting Megatron's shoulder, something the Titan slightly flinched at. Thank you. I mean it. This was really thoughtful of you. Megatron didn't know how to respond as he stood up fully. I'm going back to the ship. Megatron deactivated the hollow form and flew off. There wasn't any malice in that. Armin meant those words, and there wasn't any hidden malice or motive or anything. He was grateful. This was a genuinely odd feeling, but it wasn't unwelcome. Armin didn't know how to feel either as he shut the book. Megatron came up to him, and had a normal conversation. There was no ulterior motive, or any connection with Optimus. He didn't dump more of his problems on him. And he actually read the book. He read the book about the ocean. Something that he didn't really need to do in order to blend in as a human, but he did it anyway. This was so strange. Did Megatron, a being known for despising humans, actually go out of his way to be nice to one? With no ulterior motive? Did you just have a normal conversation with Megatron? A voice asked. Armin snapped his head to the voice and dropped the book in hand as he saw Hanji staring at him with disbelief. How long were you standing there? Armin asked in fear. Hanji sucked in a breath. Would you be mad if I said the whole time? Armin began to hyperventilate as Hanji quickly ran over to him and hugged him. No. 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 She would ask questions. Armin can't lie to her. He was screwed. He was done for. I'm not going to say anything, Hanji swore in a serious tone. I know how dangerous Megatron is, and the last thing that I want is for people to get hurt under my watch. Just breathe. I won't say a word. Armin began taking deep breaths and calmed himself down before looking up at Hanji. How did you know I was here? To be honest, I didn't, Hanji admitted. I was trying to grab Megatron and ask him more questions about Annie. But then I found him talking to you. I'm impressed though. I didn't think that the two of you would be friends. Well, Megatron wouldn't really be friends with a human. He does know your interests enough to trust you with locating the energon he brought. Hanji could still see the worry on Armin's face and placed a hand on his shoulder. I won't say anything. I swear, but I think it would be nice to know the context of how this happened. Do I have a choice in the matter? Armin asked, weighing his options. I think a contingency would be nice for you, Hanji advised. Please let this be between you and me, Armin pleaded. I promise, Hanji swore before she bent down and picked up the book. Let's talk somewhere private. Chapter 48, Cat and Mouse. So, that little trip you took with Megatron and Mikasa during the coup, wasn't just a little trip, Hanji concluded as she stirred the whiskey in her cup. You wanted to learn about Megatron's motivation. Armin nodded his head. I won't press you on what you do know, but I do already know that Megatron's staying in the first place because he still cares about Optimus, Hanji told him. Why you know? Armin stuttered. Why does everyone keep asking that? Hanji demanded in an offended tone. Megatron literally calls me the mad scientist for a reason. Wait, who else knows? Armin asked. Aside from Mikasa, because she was with you, Levi is another one, Hanji answered. Levi told me Megatron didn't say it outright to him, but that it was implied. Hanji could still see the apprehension in Armin's eyes and sighed. Did Megatron threaten your silence? I have no reason to tell his business, Armin explained. Did he still do it? Hanji asked. Armin nodded his head. You know that he doesn't like humans. Actually trusting one would be out of the question. But you're clearly different, Hanji proclaimed as she picked up her drink. He went out of his way to bring and let you keep a book that pertained to your interests. He even read the damn thing. Hanji sighed and tapped her finger on the table. The nickname Megatron gave you is close to your actual name. Did he call you anything else prior to that? No. He didn't, Armin answered. Hanji stared at Armin for a while before resigning in defeat. Go sleep. I won't say anything, I promise. Armin stood up and walked out of the tent. Hanji groaned in irritation. setting her whiskey on the table. She had a glaring suspicion, a very minor one, about why Armin had the vial in his possession along with the book. It was part of the reason she got Armin to be her lab partner again, but she didn't expect any of this. "Damn it, Buckethead, what the hell's your problem?" Hanji hissed to herself. She knew Armin was lying about the nickname thing. She didn't press because Armin was already so stressed. She heard it during the coup, but she wasn't sure what it was. She knew why he was staying, but it didn't make sense. Why Armin? Why has it gone on for so long? She thought it over. She couldn't beat Megatron in raw strength. No human could. Even if Megatron wasn't a metal titan, he still had his gladiatorial experience. So, what did she know about him? A gladiator, a former friend to Optimus before the war started. Megatron resented him for years before having to die and realize he was wrong about everything. He's a murderer, a tyrant, a monster. His relationship with Optimus could be classified as complicated, but Optimus does trust Megatron enough. So what does that say about Megatron's psyche right now? In theory, Megatron should feel guilty about what he's done. If he didn't, Megatron would have continued the war. He didn't kickstart it again when Optimus supposedly died, and when he found out that Optimus was alive. Megatron knows Optimus cares enough about the humans, which is why he hasn't destroyed Paradise. Well, Megatron is willing to harm the ones in Marley, but that's because they aren't aligned with Optimus. That happened in the coup. Megatron was killing the enemy sent to kill the Survey Corps. Then Megatron stopped Eren from taking his life. This is a tricky situation. Megatron hated Eren, but Optimus cared for him. So stopping Eren would have solidified Optimus' trust in Megatron, but Megatron didn't have to go after Eren. He didn't have to stop him from committing suicide. He got Optimus' trust prior, so why bother with Eren? She couldn't press Armin about it. She didn't want to put him at risk of getting killed by Megatron. She couldn't ask Megatron herself. Megatron hates humans. Maybe, she could get some context from Optimus. Ask him a few questions about how he feels about him. Hanji drank some of her whiskey before smirking. Raw power alone was never enough to defeat a villain, but finding out their weaknesses, crippling them before they had a chance to fight. She knew this was a dangerous game that could cost her life, but for Armin's sake, she was willing to play. The next day. "I'm so bored," Gabby groaned. "We're taking a break and you're bored?" Udo questioned her. "We should be training," Gabby proclaimed. "Every warrior needs their break," Zofia proclaimed. "Gabby just wants to train with Matthew," Falco commented, earning a kick in the leg from his fellow cadet. "You should pick up a thing or two from him," Gabby proclaimed, "you're the one that's struggling the most." "Whatever," Falco grumbled. "But is what Matthew teaching us going to be vital?" Udo asked. "Of course it is," Gabby exclaimed, "with him and our training from Marley, we'll be able to take on the demons of Paradise." "Not all of the Titans are actually equipped for hand-to-hand combat," Zofia calmly retorted. "Udo does bring up a good point. How would the Cart Titan fare against a being that ripped out the heart of the Armored Titan, or shot the arm off of the female Titan?" "That was before," Gabby proclaimed, "things will be different. If Reiner and the others don't stop them, then we will. I'll inherit the Armored Titan and avenge them." Falco grimaced as he stared at his sandwich. He wanted to say something, but decided to keep his mouth shut. "Is it weird to say that I'm scared of him?" Udo asked. "He's kind of creepy." "Matthew is very terrifying," Zofia agreed. "I've never seen anyone with red eyes or multiple scars. He seems very monstrous, but when you get to know him, he's rather apathetic. He's just mean to everyone, including Commander Magath." "But, that's dangerous," Udo reasoned. "I think he looks really cool," Gabby proclaimed. "Really?" Zofia raised an eyebrow. "He's intimidating and powerful," Gabby declared with a smile. "No one can stand a chance against him. If I can be as powerful as him, I'll be able to save Eldia." "Matthew doesn't like us, remember," Falco reminded. "I'm very charming and cute," Gabby smiled. "I can prove to him that I am great enough to inherit the Armored Titan." Gabby gasped as something hit her back and pushed her to the ground. Gabby quickly sat up and the four of them turned to see Matthew with a hand on his hip and his staff hanging over his shoulder. "I doubt that," Matthew proclaimed. "How long were you there?" Udo asked with worry. "Long enough to hear the monster comment," Matthew answered as he walked around them. Gabby got up and tried to hit Matthew, but he simply used the staff to trip her off her feet. "You should be thankful I don't decide who becomes a Titan shifter," Matthew remarked, "because I would not pick any of you at this current stage." "Huh!" Gabby exclaimed while the others felt hopeless and shame. "Why not?" "Well, for starters, you are too arrogant and prideful," Matthew began as he hit Gabby on the head. "You think that you're the best, when in reality, those Titans would no doubt wipe the floor with you." "Why, you don't know that," Gabby proclaimed as she stood up. Matthew merely tripped Gabby again in response. "If you can't even stand up to me, how can you stand up to warmongering Titans?" Gabby blushed in embarrassment as Matthew turned to Falco. "You have heart, but you don't have the skill. You're a rather slow learner." Matthew pointed at Zofia. "You have apathy and a lack of motivation when you fight. That ends up making you sloppy." Zofia merely shrugged in response. Udo tensed when Matthew pointed to him. "You are always hesitant. You second-guess yourself. You worry constantly, even for outcomes that haven't happened yet," Matthew explained. "There's nothing wrong with anticipating your opponent, but forcing yourself to worry like this will no doubt destroy you." The children jolted as the staff hit the ground. If the already trained warriors couldn't take on Titans that destroyed the arm of the female Titan, ripped out the heart of the armored Titan, and poisoned the colossal Titan, then you have no chance, Matthew declared. "But, you're so strong," Gabby retorted. "You're so skilled, and doesn't mean that what I'm teaching you could help you win a fight against them," Matthew interrupted. "A note for all of you before we proceed with training: never underestimate your opponent. They could be hiding their skills, last-minute tricks, anything. Take them seriously." "Yes, sir," they all said. "We'll start with simple exercises before we review what you all know already," Matthew proclaimed before hitting his staff on the ground twice. "Begin." Hanji stared in awe at the hologram display, squealing with delight as she went to touch one of the planets. It simply phased through her hand, but she wasn't bothered by it. Hanji swung a little on the ceiling with her gear, allowing herself to pass through a nebula. This was extremely exciting. Never in her wildest dreams could she ever imagine a place such as this, and here it was. The outside world in the palm of her hand, but it was in a place that she would never be able to truly reach. Even if she could, Optimus stated that humans couldn't breathe in space due to the lack of air. Hanji rocked herself on the 3D gear and turned to look at Optimus. He was typing away on the computer screen, as if the whole process was second nature to him. She couldn't understand a word on the screen, and she wished she knew what he was reading. She swung over and landed on the Prime's head, leaning on the gray antennae for balance. Optimus stopped typing before seeing his reflection in the screen and seeing Hanji on his head. "Commander, I would prefer for you to be on my shoulder," Optimus informed her. "Sorry," Hanji apologized as she climbed down Optimus' head to his shoulder, "and I would prefer that you don't call me Commander." "It is out of respect," Optimus reasoned. "I hope you are aware that I addressed Erwin as Commander." "I know, but I don't feel like I deserve the title," Hanji admitted as she leaned against his shoulder. Optimus looked over at her with concern. When Hanji noticed, she quickly waved her hand and gave a smile. "Don't worry about it," Hanji reassured. "I'm just being stupid." Hanji turned her attention to the screen. "So what's this?" "This is Golden Age text," Optimus answered. "I have been trying to decipher some of them in order to find some useful information, but I believe the scraplets may have corrupted some of the files." "How would that help us?" Hanji asked. "I was hoping to send a beacon for aid," Optimus admitted. "Accessing the files on how to fix the communications would allow me to fix it and send a beacon out containing a message of help. If I could do that, an Autobot may be able to detect it and come to our aid." "Or a Decepticon," Hanji retorted. "It's a 50% chance, but I'm worried about either option. The Autobots think you're dead, and the Decepticons see you are their enemy. I have no idea how they would respond to Megatron, considering he was their leader. Would they get mad at him? Would they want to kill him for ending the war? I agree with you on that front, Optimus told her, but I would prefer having contact with another Cybertronian than dealing with our other option. Hanji sighed as she knew what he was talking about, the rumbling. Because technological advancements have been slow, many in the military and the public have discussed the use of the rumbling. Hanji discussed it with the heads of the other military, but they haven't discussed it in its entirety with the entire military branch. Optimus and Levi have heard bits and pieces. Hanji always knew when Levi was uncomfortable about a certain topic. Optimus clearly wanted to say something, but Hanji told him that it wasn't a decision set in stone just yet. Even so, Hanji knew that Optimus would never support the use of the rumbling in any shape or form. Either because of the loss of human life, or the destruction of an entire planet, both of which go against his moral code. But do you even know where we are in the outside? Hanji asked. Where is this world located? I am not certain, Optimus admitted, our only hope with this equipment, and even then I am uncertain that there will be any results. Hanji visibly frowned when she saw Optimus' subtle expression of sadness. There was only so much that she could do for him. Hanji's eyes drifted towards the screen, watching the ancient text drift across the screen. Tell me about the Golden Age, Hanji requested. Optimus raised an eyebrow at that. I did not think you would ask about that. Well, tell me about it, Hanji requested, tell me about your home. Hanji could see the nostalgia in his eyes as he turned back to the keyboard. It was beautiful. Sometimes, I would wake from my stasis mode in order to see the sun rise on top of the Iacon Hall of Records. Every day was usually the same. My job was to categorize and read through extensive portions of data, but I enjoyed my work. I would work together with my mentor, Alpha Trion. He would always advise me on how to approach the work I did and the world around me. After work, I usually go out for a drink with a friend of mine named Jess. He was of a higher caste position than I was, but he was never pretentious about it. When the day ended, I would watch the sunset and the three moons rise. Although, there were days where my work would be rather consuming. Sometimes I would be awake at late hours to complete a certain project. Optimus realized he was going off on a tangent. I apologize. Don't. Hanji shook her head. I'm glad you trust me enough to share this with me. It is nice to talk to someone about my home, Optimus admitted as a small smile graced his lips. I'm interested in anything that you talk about, Hanji giggled before her expression turned a little serious. She didn't want to ask about it, since Optimus finally seemed to be in a good mood, but Armin's terrified expression filled her mind. This was something that she had to do for his sake. So if you were in a safe place like Iacon, how did you even manage to meet someone like Megatron? Hanji asked. Hanji did notice the discomfort in Optimus' face, and she immediately regretted her decision. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, Hanji reassured. It is not that, Optimus admitted, I actually contacted him first. Holy shit, really? Hanji asked in disbelief, no offense to you, but you're not very social. I mean Megatron's not either, but Megatron was leading a revolution, Optimus interrupted her. He managed to unite many of the lower-class citizens, and his words were beginning to extend beyond places like Kaon. In my youth, I found his words to be inspiring. Megatron is inspiring. Hanji snorted at the thought. He hates talking to any of the humans and all he does is complain and act like a bitch. Megatron does not have a positive opinion on human, but he did inspire the masses, Optimus proclaimed. For years, the lower castes faced harsh treatment and unfair conditions. Megatron gave them hope. He used the gladiator matches as ways to inspire the masses and get his message across. He showed other Cybertronians that they were more than what their designated function was, including me. Hanji merely blinked in response. She found that hard to believe. Despite her investment into Megatron, he always seemed so annoyed at everyone. He was a leader, she knew that, but an inspiring one that helped the weak just seemed so far out of reach for him. What did you write to him? Hanji asked curiously. What you say is interesting, but more people are hearing than you realize. Let's speak. Optimus recited. It did take a while for us to actually meet in person, but eventually, we began to trust each other. Hanji saw the bitter smile on Optimus' face. We were brothers. Hanji sighed to herself, not wanting to press any further, but knowing that she would have to. How are things between you and him? Do you know where you guys stand right now? I'm not trying to be mean or anything, I just want to make sure that everyone is safe. We are at a neutral impasse as of now, Optimus answered. However, there is no guarantee that Megatron will be staying here for long. Megatron taking the coward's way out in order to save his own life, Hanji mulled over, that doesn't seem like something he would do. But Megatron would not risk his life for humanity, Optimus retorted, not on a scale like this where there is no benefit to him. Megatron would risk his life for you, Hanji wanted to say, but held her tongue. She then thought over her own statement. Would Megatron risk his own life for Optimus? Did Megatron care enough about him to do something like that? He cared enough to say for over a year, but he didn't actually risk his own life to save Optimus. She could argue that Megatron was never in a position to do so, but she needed more information on this, but she wasn't sure if Armin would be willing to provide it. She could press him on it, but it might put him in even more danger. An idea sprung into Hanji's head. Armin might have been sworn into silence, but Mikasa was not. Marley. Megatron quickly flipped through some of the documents that Magath wanted him to deliver. It wasn't anything particular about the Titans. These were more about battle strategies in the current war. This had little importance to him. In fact, having the war in such an active setting was more beneficial to him. While Marley was preoccupied with the enemy in front of them, they wouldn't recognize the enemy from behind. Megatron entered Commander Calvi's office, and was immediately met with arguing. Calvi was arguing with Willy Tiber while Magath was off to the side, smoking a cigarette and trying to calm down. Megatron ignored the conversation and handed Magath the files, and the commander took them without a care. Megatron was about to leave when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Megatron turned to see a strained smile on Willy's face. Matthew, I have a tremendous favor to ask of you, Willy requested. No, I want my break, Megatron immediately shut down in his other voice. Just hear me out, Willy pleaded, because Calvi refuses to tell me what happened during the Energon experiment. Megatron raised an eyebrow at that as he turned to Calvi. You haven't told him? Isn't he supposed to take it? That's confidential, Willy proclaimed. And so is this, Calvi proclaimed before turning to Megatron, so even if you think about telling him. The female Titan decapitated the armored Titan in a single hit and lost control, nearly killing him, Megatron told Willy. Matthew, what the hell? Magath shouted. I can be very spiteful when I want to, Megatron answered. Matthew, your workload is doubled, Calvi proclaimed, you will train those devils for longer hours. No, he won't. Willy shot back, this is the exact reason why I don't want to give it to the Warhammer Titan. All powerful upgrades aside, is sanity going to still be maintained? Does the Warhammer Titan go on a rampage? We understand, but Paradis has become more of a threat than ever, Calvi reasoned, they could activate the rumbling at any time now. You've seen Magath's report. The island is aware our existence. They taunted us. Now more than ever, we need to defeat this threat. Willy sighed in anger. I've heard enough. Willy walked past Megatron and out of the room. Megatron turned to see Calvi glaring at him. So you think it's a better idea to lie to the descendants of the Tiber family? Megatron challenged. Get out, Calvi ordered. Megatron rolled his eyes as he left the room. As he proceeded to walk down the hall, he found the Tiber hunched over in the empty mess hall, covering his mouth and tapping his foot. He was clearly shaken by this development, and Megatron didn't know the identity of the Warhammer Titan. He could gain the humans' trust further. You know it's probably not good for you to be out here in a military base, Megatron remarked in his other voice. Sorry, Willy apologized, I just don't know where else to go. It probably seems stupid to you, considering how you feel about me. Well, the demons of Paradis are a major concern, Megatron reasoned as he sat across from him. I don't really see them as the exaggerated demons the world has essentially created, but being crushed underfoot is not something that I personally want. It's not even just that, Willy insisted, with the Colossal Titans, the goal is to stop it before it essentially happens by getting the Founding Titan. But now we can't do that because of two of the most powerful titans in all of existence, no doubt blocking the path to that. And the only two options to stopping them isn't a guaranteed success. I don't want my family to get hurt. I don't want people I love to get hurt. Willie rubbed the side of his head with irritation and worry. I shouldn't be dumping this on you. Megatron shrugged. Not the worst thing I've heard. I'm just so stressed, though, Willie sighed. I wish I had an answer, but I can barely think. Megatron saw the distressed expression on Willie Tybur and found the situation rather amusing. Willie was venting to the Titan that could crush him without any thought. The only true value the Tybur had was the life debt which he still hasn't paid. However, there was the case of the identity of the Warhammer Titan. He wasn't certain if it was Willie, and he hasn't seen the extent of his family other than the woman, Lara. An idea formed in his head as he stood up and grabbed the Tybur. Willie became confused as Megatron dragged him out of the mess hall. Matthew, what are you doing? Willie asked in confusion. I'm going to help get rid of your stress, Megatron answered. Paradise. Mikasa sat in the chair of the partially completed building. While the entire building was still under construction, this room was already completed, and it was allowed to be a makeshift office for the time being. Mikasa still was confused. Hanji told her that she wanted to meet with her in private, but she didn't understand for what reason. Was there something that she needed personally? She wasn't as intellectually adept as Armin. Mikasa stood up and saluted Hanji as she walked into the room. Hanji simply waved her off as she sat down. No need for proper greetings, Hanji reassured. Commander, why did you summon me here? Mikasa asked. Hanji sighed as she tapped her fingers together. This is going to be something that is, off the record. Off? Mikasa questioned. Hanji nodded her head. How do you feel about Megatron? Mikasa was startled by the question, but that surprise grew to concern. Commander, what are going to do? I'm just trying to do a psych evaluation, Hanji insisted. Megatron has been here for over a year, I just need to find out where his head is at right now. I can't exactly approach him because, you know. But I know for a fact that Megatron respects you at the very least. Do you think you can give me insight on him based on how you interacted with him? Megatron respects me because I'm willing to kill, Mikasa explained, no more, no less. I doubt that he knows anything else about me. From what I've heard from your peers, you don't seem to have a problem talking to him, Hanji recalled. To be honest, I'm a little terrified, Mikasa admitted. I've seen what he can do, he's not someone to be taken lightly. So why the interaction? Hanji asked, why not avoid him like everyone else? I wanted him to see that humanity was worth fighting for, Mikasa answered, at least through my actions, but I don't think it helped very much. Hanji processed the information before resting her arms on the table. Levi told me that you and Armin went with Megatron to go look for Annie, which was requested by Optimus. Yes, Mikasa was hesitant to respond. Did you hear anything that might have given you more insight into Megatron? Hanji asked. Mikasa's hands curled into fists on her knees. She couldn't tell Hanji. She already told Levi, but she wasn't sure if he remained quiet. Hanji's the commander. If Mikasa said anything, then it could put Armin at risk. Hanji might end up killing him by trying to protect him. Like I said, this is off the record, Hanji declared. I won't tell anyone about this, I won't confront anyone on it. I swear, I will guarantee your safety. It's not my safety I'm worried about, Mikasa quietly said, it's Armin's. How so? Hanji asked. Armin figured out why Megatron was staying, Mikasa explained. He's staying because he wants to make things right with Optimus. And you're certain of this? Hanji asked her. Mikasa nodded her head. That look in Megatron's eyes. He was so terrified, and in so much pain. Terrified? Hanji repeated in surprise. Yes, Mikasa asked, please don't tell anyone. I don't want Armin to get hurt. That's the last thing I want. He's going to be all I have left and I won't tell anyone, Hanji swore, you have my word. No one is going to get hurt under my watch. I promise. Mikasa still was unsure, but nodded her head regardless. She was going to put her faith in the commander. She was going to trust her. Mikasa stood up and saluted Hanji before walking out of the room. Hanji hunched over before raising her hands and yelling in anger. Fuck. This was a lot worse than she anticipated. Armin no doubt figured this whole thing out through guesswork. If Mikasa saw a look of pain in Megatron's eyes, then it meant that Megatron was clearly caught off guard by the situation. If that was the case, then, why didn't Megatron kill Armin? Armin guessed his deepest desires. Megatron could have ended his life on the spot, out of fear, spite, or pride, but instead he doesn't. Megatron's threatened them before. Megatron threatened Levi. They hate each other, she knew this. Megatron pulled a gun on Levi for God's sake, but she was certain that the threat against Levi wasn't entirely out of spite. Talking to Levi would become a problem, but she needed answers. Willy was surprised when Matthew tossed a staff towards him. He stumbled with his hands, but he was able to catch the wooden staff. Willy saw Matthew twirl the staff with ease before getting into a fighting stance. His legs were spread out, and both hands gripped the edge of the staff while keeping it pointed at him. Matthew, I don't fight, Willy insisted. Shouldn't someone like you know how to fight? Matthew challenged, you're the holder of the Warhammer Titan, right? That's classified, Willy proclaimed. Well, you might be one, Matthew proclaimed, wouldn't hurt to pick up a thing or two to forget about your problems. I guess, Willy relented as he tried to mimic Matthew's fighting stance. I can tell that your hand is unsteady, Matthew proclaimed as he began to circle Willy. Willy grew tense as he began to circle Matthew as well. You're nervous, Matthew proclaimed as Willy's fingers tried to tighten his grip on the staff further, but it just felt loose. Why? Why did it feel so loose? You probably wouldn't notice me coming for your left, Matthew proclaimed. Before Willy could register, Matthew poked his left side, causing him to jolt in response to the touch. Willy blushed with embarrassment as Matthew snorted in amusement. You've really never picked up a weapon in your life, Matthew concluded. Willy swung at Matthew in response, but Matthew bent his back with ease. A little impulsive, Matthew commented, and lacking control. Well, how exactly would I make a controlled move, Willy demanded in irritation, this is just a stick. Maybe think about where you're trying to hit, Matthew suggested before tapping Willy on the head. Is this usually how you train the warriors? Willy asked in disbelief, I would have expected something different. I'm much more brutal towards the warriors, Matthew declared, but that's because they will be forced to go into war. Meanwhile, you will never see a drop of blood shed in your life. You probably never held a gun in your life. I have some training. Willy exclaimed. Matthew responded by knocking the staff out of his hands. Willy was surprised when Matthew aimed the staff at his face. Willy yelped when Matthew swiped him off of his feet. Willy grunted as his butt hit the ground. He rubbed it and tried to stand up, but Matthew threw the staff back at Willy. Willy managed to catch it and glare at Matthew. Some training, Matthew mocked. Shut up, Willy hissed as he stood up. Don't overthink it, Matthew advised, keep yourself calm and steady, and stop shaking your legs. Willy looked down to see that his legs were trembling. Matthew then took the opportunity to trip him again, and the tiger fell flat on his back. Okay, Willy hissed in irritation, getting back up on his feet, I have 5 minutes before I have to go. Is that enough to land one hit on you? Matthew laughed in response. You'll be lucky to still be standing. Later. Willy hit the ground again as Matthew kicked the staff away. He leaned against his own as Willy stared at him in disbelief. I'm really out of my element here, Willy admitted. Very, Matthew smirked, but you did last the full 5 minutes of me beating you into the ground. I was going extremely easy for you, though. I probably would have killed you with one hit if I wanted to. You are just oddly terrifying, Willy commented as he sat up. Matthew offered his hand to Willy, causing Willy to stare in surprise. Willy smiled as he took Matthew's hand and stood up. My sister's going to kill me, Willy remarked as he looked down at his dirty suit. You could have said no, Matthew insisted. You dragged me out of nowhere. Willy exclaimed. And how do you feel right now? Matthew asked. Willie was bewildered, but realized Matthew was referring to his earlier grievances. Honestly, better than I thought. Matthew patted Willie's back in response before going to pick up the other staff. I'll probably be taking the fall for what happened. They'll probably extend my workload like they mentioned earlier. Why did they extend your work? Willie asked curiously. Because I broke Magatha's hand, Matthew responded. You assaulted a commanding officer. Willie exclaimed. Why would you do that? It's personal, Matthew answered. Willie could see bitterness in Matthew's eyes and place a hand on Matthew's shoulder. Willie was slightly delighted to find that Matthew didn't recline or move away from the touch. It meant that he could do minimal contact. If you want to talk about it, Willie offered. I don't need it, Matthew declared as he pushed his hand off. You should probably head out. All right, Willie stuttered, I'll see you around. Willie walked away from Matthew, dusting himself off. He felt bad for Matthew, and being forced to stay in the military base wasn't doing him any favors. There should be something that Willie could do for him. But what exactly could he do? Paradis. Hanji and Levi were going over some paperwork back in one of the military bases back in Walrose. They couldn't continue to stay in the capital forever. It actually took more energy to go into the deepest wall, so they recently set up a building designated for the Survey Corps. It made transportation a little bit easier, and a few garrison officials resided in the area. Levi flipped through one of the most recent reports when Hanji spoke. I got a question for you. Levi merely hummed in response. Did you know about Armin? Hanji asked. Levi raised an eyebrow at that. Hanji, what the hell does that even mean? Simple. Did you know about Armin? Hanji asked. Levi narrowed his eyes at Hanji as she continued to work. This was something she thought was important, but it was a pretty vague question. Levi's gaze shifted towards Hanji's hands, and he noticed that her fingers were shaking. I didn't know about Armin, Levi answered with caution. Really? Hanji continued, I would have considered Mikasa told you something, but you never figured anything out about Armin. Levi was beginning to put the pieces together as he looked at Hanji. The last time he talked to Mikasa was during the coup, when he was asking about Mega. Levi quickly grabbed his chair and jammed it into the door to prevent anyone from coming in. He turned to Hanji as she placed the papers on the table and stood up. What happened? Levi demanded. Hanji covered her mouth and thought about her answer. We can't let this reach Optimus. Not yet. What happened? Levi repeated, fearing the worst. Armin's been talking to Megatron, Hanji answered. I tailed Megatron the night prior to ask him more about the experimentation that happened in Marley. Then I heard Armin and Megatron having a conversation. About what? Levi demanded. Remember how Megatron got us the serum in the first place? Hanji asked. Hid it in a canteen wedged in a book, Levi replied. A book about the ocean, Hanji emphasized. Armin's interest, Levi realized. You mean to tell me Megatron went out of his way to get a book for a human? Apparently as payment for listening to his mess, Hanji explained, I've been trying to ensure Megatron doesn't kill him by keeping my mouth shut, but I have to find out where the hell his head is at. We have to tell Optimus, Levi declared. We can't, Hanji retorted, if we do, then Armin get hurt if Megatron finds out. Megatron might kill him regardless, Levi hissed. Hanji thought it over. Megatron wouldn't kill him without reason. Didn't he fuse his heart with the blood of the devil? Levi recalled, that's not a reasonable move, especially on his part. Give me a second, Hanji began before counting her fingers. He respects Mikasa, he almost killed Historia, threatened you, hates Eren, and where he stands with Armin is unsure. Hanji pulled out a sheet of paper and divided it into two parts. One side showed the allies to Optimus, while the other showed enemies to Optimus. These are the allies to Optimus Prime, Hanji explained as she showed the names of the Survey Corps, encompassed under the name Paradis, while the enemies, both prior and current are the Rice, Marley, and Annie Leonhardt. What does it matter whose Optimus allies are? Levi demanded. Megatron hates humans. But he cares about Optimus, Hanji reminded. He cares enough to stay on this world, save Eren's life, and pretend to be a human for over a year. Megatron cares enough about Optimus to literally throw away his pride and pretend to be the thing he hates the most. Megatron wouldn't do that if he didn't care about Optimus. Hell, he wouldn't have even stayed on an organic planet for a year if he didn't. He went out of his way to help the crew, save Eren, stay on the island. Megatron cares enough about Optimus to at least keep tabs on his interests and what he like and, I got it. Got what? Levi demanded. Okay, Hanji began. Megatron usually does his standard threats to the humans whenever they bother him to some degree. But there were few instances where Megatron took his threats seriously. You, Erwin, and Historia. What did you guys have in common? We have nothing in common, Levi answered. You do, Hanji proclaimed. Erwin was fighting for a selfish intention as commander of the Survey Corps. You had a connection with Kenny during the coup d'etat. Historia almost became a Titan. They were all threats to Optimus at that moment and what Optimus wanted. Which is why Megatron threatened the destruction of humanity to Erwin, why Megatron nearly killed Historia during the coup. And why Megatron threatened to tell the brats about my connection to Kenny, Levi finished. If Megatron sees someone as a threat to Optimus, via directly or indirectly, he will take more matters into his hands and try to eliminate that threat, Hanji hypothesized, but as long as they are an ally to Optimus. Hanji smiled viciously. Megatron can't touch them. The next day, Historia watched impatiently on the sidelines with the other Survey Corps members as Ymir held the syringe in her hand. Your Majesty, we have both Eren and Optimus on standby in the event something goes wrong, Hanji reassured her. Ymir will most likely pass out, but I don't believe that she will lose control. You don't really have a confirmation of that, however, Historia proclaimed. We've prepared the worst, Hanji told her. But she believed that this was going to be fine for Ymir. Eren and Annie might not have been the most stable, but Ymir had no issues to speak of. She was happy, she was content where she was. The Titan serum shouldn't mess with her psyche even if she was stable. Ymir took a deep breath and placed the serum over her arm. The last time that this happened, she was falling over the edge of the wall, destined to be a pure Titan for all eternity. And it was, for something she really wasn't responsible for. She was dragged along, not really knowing what was in store. This time it was actually her choice. It was something that she chose to do. She's not really certain that it is the best choice, but... Ymir glanced at Historia and gave her a reassuring smile. She'd be willing to try for her. Ymir injected herself with the serum and blue lightning consumed her. The Survey Corps and Optimus stood their ground as the force of the transformation pushed them back. Her Titan body began to form, and no one was truly prepared for it. Armor formed and strengthened on her hands and feet. Her claws sharpened and dug into the dirt. Fins formed and grew on her arms and her back. Ymir roared as a second row of teeth formed on her upper and lower jaw. A strange tail formed from her back and slammed into the ground. Everyone stared at Ymir with caution as she finished her transformation. They went towards their blades as Ymir stared at them intently. Ymir, Historia called out, are you alright? Ymir stared at her teeth. My mouth feels really weird. Everyone sighed with relief as they approached the Titan shifter. Wow, you look so freaky, Connie commented. What's with the fins? Sasha asked as she poked one of them. This is amazing. Hanji screamed with joy. Optimus was relieved at the situation. There wasn't any dangerous outburst, and Ymir didn't lose consciousness. However, the transformation was definitely a strange one. Why did she look like a Sharkticon? 2 sets of teeth. Hanji squealed. Stop it. Ymir told her. We must do experimentation, right now. Hanji declared. I'm tired, Ymir declared. She looked down to see Historia touching her hand and sighing with relief. Ymir smiled within the nape. They would be okay for right now. Meanwhile, Megatron was reading in his room when he heard a knock on his door. Megatron sighed and stood up to walk over to the door. He opened it and was surprised to see Reiner standing there, looking rather tired for wear. What are you doing here? Megatron demanded in his other voice, go away. You said that if I needed to talk to someone, you'd be here, Reiner began. Can this wait? Megatron asked him, personally not wanting to deal with his trauma. At least not for today. I don't know, Reiner admitted, I feel like I'm going to drown. Megatron sighed, tapping his finger against the door. He widened the door, against his better judgment. 5 minutes only, Megatron told him. Reiner quickly entered the room as Megatron shut the door. It's pretty small, Reiner commented. Well, Magath hates my guts, Megatron proclaimed as he leaned against the closed door, what do you want? I've heard that Gabby is doing well in training, Reiner began. Honestly, the brat is really ineffective and extremely prideful, Megatron stated bluntly, but the commanders like her promise, so I can't do much. Megatron noticed a rather hopeful expression on Reiner's face. I guess you must be happy that your cousin is on track to becoming a warrior. You said that she was ineffective in her training and extremely prideful, Reiner said, can you use that to influence her score? Megatron raised an eyebrow at that. You want me to sabotage your own cousin to prevent her from getting one of the powers of the Titans? Reiner looked like he was shaking, but he stood his ground regardless. He had to try, even if he would end up in trouble afterward. No, Reiner responded, she's already displaying promise. I can't stop her from becoming a Titan shifter. But, at the very least I can stop her from becoming the Armored Titan. You want me to somehow influence her score, so that she somehow becomes the female Titan instead of the Armored Titan, Megatron concluded. Reiner nodded his head. No, Megatron responded. Please, you don't understand. Megatron placed a finger over his mouth, causing Reiner to quickly quiet down. Even if I somehow cared enough or wanted to, I'm a prisoner in this country, Megatron reminded, not someone who has any influential power over who gets chosen as a Titan shifter. If I try to sabotage her, it could come back and bite me in the ass. I could lose my freedom, and I will do what I have to get it back. Even if I have to tell Commander Calvi about this little conversation we just had. Reiner internally swore. He was going to rat him out. He was going to lose his Titan. His whole family was done for. Why? Why did he have to do this? But that's only if I cared enough about your cousin or you, in order to take that risk, Megatron clarified. Wait, Reiner snapped out of his thoughts, you're not going to say anything. Since we're all conveying secrets, Colt actually came to me when I first came here and asked me a similar question for his brother, Megatron told him. I told him the same thing I'm telling you, no. Reiner looked down at the floor. But Colt just didn't want Falco to become a Titan shifter at all, Megatron continued, you just don't want your cousin to inherit the Armored Titan. Why is that? I can't let her see my memories, Reiner declared, I can't let her see my guilt, my shame. You don't want her to see what you saw on the island, Megatron concluded. Reiner nodded his head. So I was right, Megatron smirked, the island is not full of demons as Marley propaganda said. But if Gabby sees it, it could affect her conscience and everything else she believes in, Reiner reasoned. The girl thinks the world is too simple and straightforward, Megatron declared, something tells me you thought that way as well until you got to the island. Reiner sighed in response. Megatron could see something else in his eyes. It wasn't agreement. There was a sense of resentment, bitterness. You must be very lost right now, Megatron spoke. I would rather keep Gabby the way she is, instead of showing her the truth, Reiner admitted, that way, she won't have to go through what I went through. Megatron walked over to Reiner and leaned in his ear. That mentality will get her killed sooner. What other choice do I have? Reiner retorted. Megatron relented in response, standing fully up. 5 minutes are up. Sorry for bothering you, Reiner apologized as he left the room. Odd one, Megatron spoke to himself. He could very much be psychologically damaged. He could use that to his advantage to break him later down the line. He already has the information that he lied about the whereabouts of Marcel. However, that wasn't guaranteed to be enough. He also didn't know any perceived weaknesses from any of the Survey Corps members. They all knew the Titan Shifter as some type of big brother who cared about them. As far as he knew, there wasn't anyone who got a look into his mind. An idea formed in Megatron's head as he smirked. Maybe there was. Hanji was writing a detailed report in one of the finished buildings in the new port. Emir's new Titan form was fascinating, and Hanji wanted her to stay in the Titan form for longer. However, Emir was tired and wanted nothing more than to rest. Guess the fatigue after a new transformation still applied, but this was still wonderful. She didn't expect any of the animalistic features. Those features were unlike anything she's ever seen. But at the very least, she knew that the features were aquatic. They weren't like the fish in the rivers, but perhaps Emir's Titan form could swim underwater. Hanji heard the door open and didn't bother to look up, fully expecting it to be Levi. When she heard the door slam, that's when she turned her head up to see Megatron standing in front of her. "What are you doing here?" Hanji asked in surprise. "I need the whereabouts of the Jaws Titan," Megatron answered. "Where's the Queen's wife?" "Why do you want to talk to her?" Hanji asked him. "She has answers I need about Marley," Megatron said. "Those answers could very well be outdated," Hanji retorted, "but now's not a good time. She took the new serum, and she's exhausted from the transformation. She needs to rest before proceeding any further." "Then tell me where she is so that I can talk to her later," Megatron demanded in an agitated voice. Hanji gave Megatron a blank stare, a million thoughts running through her head. But, she did see this as an opportunity. Either test out her theory now, or wait until there's a slip-up until Armin gets hurt. "No," Hanji declared. Megatron rolled his eyes in response. "Then I'll ask Optimus." "Optimus is busy and does not know either," Hanji partially lied. Optimus did know where she was, but she needed Megatron here. She needed to bait him. "Then why are you so insistent on keeping this information from me when it can help your pathetic cause?" Megatron hissed. "I want an update from you," Hanji answered. "There's nothing new in Marley at the moment," Megatron told her. "I meant an update from you, personally," Hanji clarified. Hanji could see the suspicion in his eyes. This was both good and bad. She had his attention, but one wrong word, and she could be gone. "Megatron, you've been here for over a year, and I can't seem to determine what the hell is going on inside your head," Hanji began. "You despise humanity, and despite all you've said and done, here you are, pretending to be one. You save Eren, and I've seen firsthand how much you hate him. And you're willingly working with Optimus, your 4 million-year sworn enemy. It's all very contradictory. Why are you pestering me about this?" Megatron demanded coldly. "The fact that you haven't left means you know why," Hanji declared. Megatron chuckled dryly. "The dwarf told you." "Levi didn't need to tell me anything," Hanji declared. "I knew for a long time that you still care about Optimus. It's just the level I'm trying to determine." "The level?" Megatron asked incredulously. "That shouldn't matter to you, should it?" "It does when it comes to you," Hanji retorted. "Your threats, your murderous tendencies, nearly shooting Levi in the gut, threatening to destroy humanity unless Erwin resigned, almost killing Historia. Believe me, that list goes on for a while." Hanji stood up and glared at him. "It becomes my business when my comrades get threatened. Your help isn't worth it if my subordinates don't feel safe." Megatron smiled wickedly. "Is that supposed to be threatening? How pathetic must you be?" Hanji clicked her tongue in response. "If anything, you're the pathetic one. How low do you have to go in order to make Optimus happy? Especially since he hasn't forgiven you for all the shit you pulled during the war." Hanji could see something flicker in Megatron's eyes before it turned into anger. "You haven't been one to deny it. I mean, you have no issue murdering anyone or anything that gets into the way of what you want, something you know Optimus doesn't approve of." "I don't care about what Optimus thinks of me," Megatron proclaimed. Hanji tilted her head in response. That was a lie. She knew this much. Megatron was lying to her, and if you got past the threatening tone, you would see that. "Fine," Hanji shrugged, "if you don't care, as you like to put it, I'll just go talk to Optimus right now." Hanji walked past Megatron and to the door. "I'm sure Optimus would be happy to know that you blackmailed humanity's strongest and the 13th commander of the Survey Corps. Even better, Optimus would love to hear those words you said to Eren back in the coup, which started the domino effect of him wanting to put a bullet in Skull." Hanji opened the door slightly, and saw Levi on the other side. There was a look of fear on his face, but the door was slammed shut before Hanji could speak. Hanji glanced up, and tried her best not to look terrified as Megatron gave a look she'd never seen before. There was always the irritated look, the annoyed anger, the physical force he used to keep her away from him. That was always directed at her whenever she bothered him. Here, this was pure, unbridled anger. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to kill and he should have, but he can't. Hanji smirked in response. Did I touch a nerve? Give me one good reason why I should not kill you where you stand, Megatron ordered ominously. Hanji sucked in a breath and thought it over. That's the thing, you can't kill me. Hanji grunted as Megatron wrapped his hand around her neck and slammed her into the door. I've told you before that I could snap your neck before another word comes out of your mouth, Megatron reminded her. Do you really want your last words to be a bluff? Hanji chuckled before speaking in a strained voice. You've always made these types of threats. Honestly, it's kind of boring and redundant. Hanji winced as Megatron's grip became tighter, but she still smiled wickedly in response. So go on. Kill me so I don't have to hear your horse shit. Megatron still had that murderous look in his eyes, but he made no move to end her life. Ah, what's the matter? Hanji goaded, killing a human suddenly too hard for you, or is the tactic too easy to be traced back to you? She couldn't tell him that Levi was outside the door, if he was still there. That might result in a more escalated situation. Besides, she didn't need to say anything to him. She had Megatron where she wanted him. You should be terrified, Megatron told her. Believe me, I am, Hanji admitted to the Titan, but I thought it over. You haven't killed me because I'm an ally to Optimus Prime. You care for Optimus, you can't deny that now. You care about him, and his interests. So, if a person is a sure threat to Optimus, you can make a move to eliminate them. But, if the person is an ally, you can't touch them. Which is why you didn't kill Levi when you had the chance, why you were hesitant to kill Historia, and why you won't kill me right now. So unless you want Optimus to go batshit crazy on you, you might want to put me down. Hanji waited for Megatron to let her go, but the stare made her think otherwise. She was fully ready into believing that Megatron was going to kill her, but she wasn't going to go out like this. She was fully ready to call out for Levi, hoping he was still there, but Megatron dropped her. Hanji gasped as she collapsed onto the ground. She coughed while rubbing her neck from the pain. Looks like I was right, Hanji spoke. Don't get ahead of yourself, Megatron warned. Those threats are empty now, Hanji retorted. Then let me make a real one, Megatron began as he grabbed Hanji's face, the same one I gave to your predecessor, go against Optimus' wishes, and I'll destroy the island. Hurt any of my subordinates and I'll make sure Optimus never forgives you, Hanji threatened. It seems we are at an impasse, Megatron commented as he let her go. What I don't understand is why bother to go through the effort. You are a powerful Titan from among the stars, Hanji reminded. I'd do anything to know what's inside that head of yours. Hanji stood up and dusted herself off. Emir's on the tent on the far edge of port. Wait a day, then go talk to her. Megatron didn't respond to her and deactivated the hollow form. When the sparks completely disappeared, Hanji leaned against the table in relief. She was right, and she was alive. Megatron couldn't touch an ally to Optimus. Armin was safe. Hanji jolted as Levi bolted into the room with his 3D gear on. Where's the bastard? Levi demanded. He's gone. Hanji exclaimed, it's okay. It's okay. I was right. He can't hurt us. Levi exhaled in relief before grabbing Hanji and punching her in the gut. Hanji wheezed as she collapsed on the ground. Levi, I'm already in pain, Hanji groaned. Don't you ever do that again, Levi told her as he fell to the floor from the adrenaline rush. No promises, Hanji declared. I fucking hate you, Levi swore. Yeah. Hanji smiled, me too. Later. Megatron passed Optimus as he was scanning for files on one of the computers. Whether or not the Prime heard him was beyond him. He dragged himself over to the berth and collapsed onto it. His claws dug into the berth before shredding it a little. He had been so preoccupied with his tasks that he was blindsided by the mad scientist. He could harm the humans on the island, if he truly wanted to. He could do Marley's work, destroy the island, and take off, leaving Optimus stranded here with his grief and mistakes, most likely to be killed afterwards. But, he cared too much about him. He destroyed Cybertron, he started the war, it was all because of him, not Optimus. Megatron covered his optics with his servos. He always thought the mad scientist was nothing more than a psychotic human with no moral compass when it came to her work. But, Megatron sighed to himself. She was effective, and despite his suspicions of Erwin in the past, he chose a promising successor. But he would rather die than admit that. Chapter 49, The Ackermans. The child raised his head as a bright light entered the cold room. A tall man in a beige coat and a dark hat entered. He held a luggage in his hand, but he couldn't see his face. The man walked over to the corpse on the bed that was his mother. Hey, he spoke to the corpse, damn, you've lost a ton of weight since last time, Kuchel. She's dead, the child whispered in a hoarse voice. The man turned to the husk of a child, huddling against the wall in his mother's shirt. And you? You still alive? The child raised his head, but didn't respond to the question. Hey, gimme a damn break, the man said, you hear me, Don Shaw? The child noticed the stained blood on the man's coat, but didn't bother to comment on it. He also noticed the cold expression on his face. Got a name? He asked. Levi, he gave his name, just, Levi. Levi watched the man drop the luggage on the ground before leaning against the wall. His head hung low as he slid to the floor. He stopped midway, around the height of the bed next to his mother. I get it, Kuchel, he spoke to himself before he raised his head. Levi saw a hint of sadness and bitterness to them, almost as if he had some regret with her. That name always gave us trouble. No point in using it. The man hit the ground, his legs slightly spread out. I'm Kenny. Just Kenny. I used to know Kuchel. Nice to meet ya. Levi yelled as he beat the man to the ground. That adrenaline, that rush, this awakening. It flooded inside of him and it wouldn't stop, and he wouldn't stop until this bastard was dead. Because of him, his mother. Levi kicked the blade away from the man before grabbing by the shirt and shouting at him. He didn't remember what he said, it was all a blur inside of his head. He just wanted to express his anger, his pain. She was too good for this rotten world. She didn't deserve to be here. To die down here. He didn't want to die down here. He could hear cheers and comments from the crowd, but he paid no mind. It was just this. Levi landed one more blow to the man's bloody face, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His eyes rolled into the back of his head before he lost consciousness. He wasn't sure if he stopped breathing, but it didn't matter. It probably would have done him a favor if he did. Levi panted, out of breath, as he turned his head to find Kenny. He didn't know what to say as he saw Kenny walking away from the crowd, and from him. Levi wanted to go after him, but, for some reason, he knew that he couldn't. This was the last time he would see him, and he didn't get to say goodbye. Why was he leaving him? Levi slowly opened his eyes as he adjusted the seating in his chair. He saw the stacked papers on his desk, it looked higher than it should have been. He saw the cup of tea next to it, something that he wasn't expecting to see. Levi grabbed the tea and drank some of it. It wasn't that bad, Hanji was doing a lot better in nailing his tastes. He'll give her that much. Still, he felt tired, which was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Even then, he didn't dream very often. But it's been a while since he's thought about Kenny. He tried to keep tabs on him, tried to determine where he might have ended up after his trade-off. Killing people again like he used to would have no doubt put him on the Survey Corps' priority list. Kenny was good at disappearing, good at hiding. Wherever he was, he wouldn't have come back unless there was something he wanted. But there was nothing that he could want. Levi grabbed one of the reports and looked it over. He didn't want to think about that right now. He just wanted to drown himself into work. Kenny sat below the window of that room, hearing the scuffle of papers, but not much else. If he looked up, he knew that he'd be caught. He couldn't risk it. He should move though, he shouldn't remain here, but part of him wanted to see him. Now that his priority list was shot to all hell, Levi was partially all that he could think about. Can't help but be worried about him. Kenny quietly sighed. He couldn't stay here forever. He needed to go. Marley. Calvi watched the experimentation go underway while Matthew was reading a book in a chair behind him. They finally managed to utilize the energon from Annie's spinal fluid and use it as a weapon, but taking too much blood out of her would be counter-effective. They didn't want to kill such a valuable asset, not without knowing the whole truth. If they knew where to look for the actual substance, the pure energon, they wouldn't have to utilize Annie's spinal fluid. If only they had their hands on a metal titan. Calvi looked back at Matthew to see him reading his book, ignoring the commotion of the pure titan below. What are you reading about? History, Matthew responded without looking up from his book. I never did have a formal education. Seems that way, Calvi agreed. You treat Eldians with respect, clearly ignoring the atrocities they've committed. I've killed a lot of people to survive, Matthew retorted. Be a little bit hypocritical of me to criticize them. You're very odd, Calvi commented as he turned back to the experimentation. He was odd. He did pass his blood test, and he wasn't an Eldian. But, he treated Eldians kindly. There had to be something to it. He could be. Matthew, you wouldn't happen to be an Ackerman, would you? Calvi asked. Calvi turned back to see a confused look on his face, like he had never heard the name before. What? Matthew questioned. Never mind, Calvi let it go. If he didn't even know what an Ackerman was, then it was possible that he couldn't be one. Megatron watched Calvi turn back to the experimentation, questioning the name. He knew about an Ackerman. The island didn't have a lot of information on them. All he knew was that they were persecuted, and that their memories couldn't be altered by the founding titan. The only existing Ackermans were Mikasa and Kenny. Why would the human bring this up to him? He would have to talk to the Beast Titan about this. Optimus raised an eyebrow at the tired expression on Levi's face as he passed him by. He wanted to approach him and ask him how he was, but he knew Levi better than that. Levi would only choose to approach someone if he wanted to talk about it. Optimus found Hanji a little later instead. He found that she was talking with Onyanko-pan about the port before kneeling down in his Titan form. A word, Commander, Optimus spoke. Hanji excused herself from the conversation, looking up at the Titan. What's wrong? Is Levi alright? Optimus asked her. Hanji hummed in response. Not really, no. He's been pretty out of it for a while now. I don't really know why, and he hasn't told me about it. Is there anything that we can do? Optimus asked her. Hanji shook her head. He wants to distract himself. When he can't do that, I'm sure that he'll come to us. Hanji could see the worry on his face and patted his servo. He'll be fine. Levi's been through worse. And if push comes to shove, we can drag him to sleep. That is not very reassuring, Optimus admitted. Well, those are the only options, Hanji shrugged. Zeke was filling out a report when Megatron walked into the room. Megatron walked over to Zeke, dropping some files that Magath wanted him to fill out. I need a question answered, Megatron began in his actual voice. And what's that? Zeke asked him. Megatron thought it over. Zeke wasn't on the island for that long, and the focus was on him, Optimus, and his pet. He might not be aware of Mikasa or Levi. He was certain that the dwarf was an Ackerman as well, but Zeke's description might give a solid confirmation. What's an Ackerman? Megatron asked. Zeke stopped and looked up at Megatron. I thought you knew what an Ackerman was. The island's knowledge on the matter is limited, Megatron admitted. All I knew was that the group couldn't have their memories wiped by the powers of the founding titan. The information I have might not be vital enough, Zeke admitted, but I don't understand why you are asking me this. Your commander approached me on the matter, Megatron explained. I wanted clarification. Well, from what I know at the top of my head, the Ackermans were genetically modified soldiers meant to serve the Eldian king, Zeke explained. So they're Eldians, Megatron concluded. Not exactly, Zeke admitted. If they were Eldians, they would be able to turn into Titans. They can't be affected by someone of royal blood with the powers of the Titans. So, if they are genetically modified, I would assume they are stronger than the average human, Megatron concluded. In hindsight, Zeke admitted, something about awakening their power. Awakening? Megatron questioned. Again, my knowledge is limited, Zeke explained, if you can manage to convince a commander to gain access to the information. Megatron didn't respond as he left the room. Zeke found the situation odd. Why would the Titan ask about that? He actually knew more than he was letting on, he just didn't want to provide that information until he could determine what he wanted that information for. Reiner did state in his report that there was an Ackerman around his age. He hadn't seen the full extent of her combat abilities though. There was also someone else on that island Reiner stated was dangerous. Under the guise of Captain Levi, he was considered humanity's strongest. It wasn't confirmed if he was an Ackerman, but Reiner stated that Levi had taken on multiple Titans and was left unscathed. Matthew could be asking because of the limited knowledge he already had, but Zeke had a gut feeling Matthew didn't think the information was vital up until now. Why wait over a year to bring it up, unless someone asked him? Zeke swore to himself. If someone did ask Matthew about the Ackerman clan, they might have suspected that he was an Ackerman. They might ask to do a blood test against for verification, and they didn't have the blood sample of the person Yelena killed over a year ago. They could be in trouble, and Matthew could drag Zeke down with him out of spite. Or worse, Matthew would destroy the entire place to buy the island sometime. Zeke tapped his finger on his knuckles in response. He could pretend to gather information for Matthew and approach him on the matter later. Matthew might not suspect it, and even if he did, it would be better than Matthew asking someone else that might demand a blood test again. Erwin was reading a book in his office when he heard the door to his home open. Erwin quickly got up and walked to the living room to see Kenny falling onto the couch in exhaustion. "You're back early," Erwin remarked. "I've been camped out near that place for days," Kenny groaned. "I wanna take a nap." Erwin didn't respond to that as he walked over to his closet and pulled out a blanket. He walked back to the couch and offered it to Kenny. Kenny noted it and merely waved his hand in response. "Don't need it," Kenny declared. Erwin placed it next to him regardless, in the event the Ackerman would have wanted it later. "I got a question for ya," Kenny began. Erwin was confused at that. Kenny never bothered to ask him any questions. "Okay. Did the midget ever talk about me?" Kenny quietly asked. Erwin blinked in surprise. "Levi. Yes or no?" Kenny demanded. "Why would you want to know that?" Erwin asked him. "TCH, Kenny scowled in response as he rolled over and hid his face from Erwin. "Forget it." Erwin knew that he wasn't going to get any more answers and decided to leave Kenny alone. But he found it weird. Kenny tried to kill Levi in the past. He knew Kenny raised Levi for a certain amount of time before leaving him on his own, but why would Kenny even bother to ask about him now? Magath was pouring himself a drink when he heard a knock on his door. The door opened and Matthew walked inside before shutting it behind him. Magath sighed in irritation. "Yes, come into my office without any regard of respect or boundaries." "What's an Ackerman?" Matthew asked him. Magath raised an eyebrow at that. "Why are you asking me this?" "Calvi asked me if I was an Ackerman," Matthew explained, "never heard the name until he brought it up." Magath eyed Matthew with suspicion. "Are you?" "Wouldn't know," Matthew admitted as he grabbed a chair and sat down. "I don't even know what qualifies as an Ackerman." "Why are you asking me this?" Magath demanded. "You could ask the Eldian devils you love so much." "Already asked Zeke, he doesn't know much about it either," Matthew responded. "If you're not going to tell me, can I at least get access to information regarding it?" "This is top secret information," Magath retorted, "and your insistence on knowing this information is rather suspicious." "Just tell me the basics so that I won't bother to ask again," Matthew practically ordered. Magath eyed Matthew being sighing in response. "Only the basics. The Ackerman clan are genetically enhanced soldiers created to protect the Eldian king. With superhuman speed and strength, they can essentially be classified as titans in human form. So they're born with these powers." Matthew interrupted. "Not entirely," Magath answered. "An Ackerman must awaken their power. This most likely happens in a life or death situation, when the Ackerman is feeling threatened, or someone they care about is threatened. Once they awaken, they're able to accumulate years' worth of battle experience. They're unstoppable. Magath noticed that Matthew was thinking over the information, making the commander grow suspicious. Matthew then gave a casual shrug. "Yeah, I'm not an Ackerman," Matthew proclaimed. "And how would you know that?" Magath demanded. "Because I never had some sudden awakening that unlocked all of my abilities," Matthew declared. "I struggled to learn my techniques in those death matches. Fought tooth and nail for it. And you've seen me struggle with my techniques. I haven't perfected it." "Then why bother to ask?" Magath demanded. "Matthew Hayes isn't my birth name," Matthew admitted. "It was a name I gave to myself when I was 16, I think. Being a slave in underground matches, you don't tend to get a name because you are not expected to live very long." Magath didn't know how to respond to that as Matthew stood up. "Thanks for telling me about the Ackermans," Matthew said as he left the room. Magath quickly opened a cabinet drawer and pulled out Matthew's file. He never bothered to give it a second glance, but now, he might have to keep a better eye on him. Megatron sighed to himself as he walked back to his room. He might have raised suspicion with Magath, but it could be something that would be easily brushed off, due to their relationship. He should still be mindful about it, but this was something that he would have to think about later. The Ackermans were essentially titans in human form. Strong, powerful, they were better than the average human. To him, it wasn't saying much, but Mikasa was one that he respected. She understood what needed to be done. Not like the others. The only issue he had with her was her undying loyalty to someone like Prime's pet. It sometimes blinds her in certain situations. If she was more like Soundwave, then she would have been the perfect soldier. He still wanted more information on the situation, but he already asked his question. If he persisted on the matter, he would no doubt even raise more suspicion. His only option at the moment was to let it go. Levi was going over some documents when more was being placed in front of him. Levi looked up in irritation to see that it was Optimus in his hollow form who put them there. "Commander Hanji requested that I bring these to you," Optimus explained. "Just call her fucking Hanji, what is with the formalities?" Levi hissed. "Levi, are you alright?" Optimus asked. Levi groaned as he rubbed the side of his head. "I'm fine." "Great." "Fucking." Levi rubbed his eyes as he hunched over on the table. "I got a lot on my mind right now. If you would like to discuss it, then." "No," Levi shot down, "you don't need to do that." "You once did something for me," Optimus reasoned. Levi merely stared at Optimus, remembering their time before the coup happened, and how Optimus confided in him his worries and fears. "You got your own shit to worry about," Levi insisted, "I'll deal with mine." Optimus didn't respond as he walked out of the room. Levi will confide in him and Hanji at his own pace. Zeke managed to catch Matthew when he was done training the warriors before beckoning him to come to his office. The Titan did seem agitated, but relented regardless, sitting in one of the chairs in response. "What?" Matthew demanded. Zeke handed Matthew a small stack of papers. "This is all the information about the Ackermans that I was able to get. I didn't want to take too much information on the account of suspicion, but this would prevent you from asking questions to people that might suspect that you are an Eldian of some kind." Matthew became interested as he took the papers from his hands. He skimmed through them before looking up at Zeke. "Why bother to get this for me?" "I figured it would be more useful that I hand you the information," Zeke explained. Reiner also stated that there was an Ackerman on the island. Figured that information would be useful to that person. Matthew kept a trained eye on him before returning to the papers. "I suppose this made the search easier for me." Zeke's mouth formed a thin line as he sat down at his desk. Suppose that was the closest he was going to get to a thank you. That night. "We haven't found any new information in regards to Yelena and her team," Kenny heard Erwin explain to Megatron's hollow form. He got up from the couch and noticed the light coming from Erwin's office. "What about the policeman?" Megatron demanded. "Niall's been saying that the restorationists have been making appeals for Marleyan prisoners to be integrated into the walls," Erwin explained. "It's not set in stone yet, but it might happen. If it does, then that's where we need to keep tabs on them the most. The most valuable source of information would be the Beast Titan's second in command, Megatron reasoned. If you want to confirm the information, get it from her. Kenny watched the two of them converse in Erwin's office with tired eyes. He quietly knocked on the door, gaining the two beings' attention. You two are fucking loud, Kenny commented. Good, because you shouldn't be sleeping, Megatron proclaimed. Look, Buckethead, I've been over there for a few days, Kenny hissed, found nothing. They're most likely waiting for an opportune moment, Erwin reasoned, when they've gained some semblance of trust from the Survey Corps. Megatron gave an irritated face at the thought before growling. This wasn't what he was hoping for. It's been over a year, and they've discovered nothing. You will go back. I need a break, shit for brains, Kenny interrupted him. Do you really want to start a fight with me? Megatron demanded. I'm tired, Kenny reasoned. Yeah, don't want me getting sloppy, do ya? Looks really bad if I got caught because of a lack of sleep. Megatron glared at Kenny before crossing his arms. 2 days, only. Jackass, Kenny swore. I do have a question for you, Megatron began. And what could that fucking be? Kenny demanded. Was there anyone that you were particularly loyal to in the past? Megatron asked. Erwin was confused at the question. Kenny worked for the Crown, but it was to get the Titan powers for himself. He didn't think the Ackerman had any particular loyalties. Erwin looked up at Kenny and saw a strange expression on his face. Remorse? Regret? Guilt of omission? Why the fuck do you care about my business? Kenny demanded. So that would mean yes, Megatron concluded. Kenny didn't respond as he left the room, leaving Erwin stunned. Why would you? I found some extensive information on the Ackerman clan, Megatron told him. Erwin blinked in response. That was something he wasn't expecting. What did you find? Extensive information, Megatron merely replied before looking at Erwin. I know that the dwarf didn't come of his own free will into the Survey Corps, and that you were an indirect cause of his comrades' deaths. How exactly did you get his loyalty? Why should that matter? Erwin asked. I'm doing some personal research, Megatron demanded. I was just honest with him, Erwin admitted. I told him not to regret the decisions he made, because it would have affected his future decisions. All that would be left of him to do was to die. Megatron didn't respond to Erwin's response as he deactivated the hollow form. Erwin noticed Kenny's shadow lingering outside the office before he left, leaving Erwin completely alone. The next day, Armin was quietly reading the book about the ocean in his new room on the port when he heard a knock on his door. He quickly closed the book and hid it before walking over and opening it. He was relieved to see that it was Mikasa, but noticed a look of worry on her face. Mikasa, are you okay? Armin asked. Are you okay? Mikasa asked him. Yeah, I'm fine, Armin answered. Why wouldn't I be? Hanji asked me about what happened during the coup, Mikasa admitted. She asked about Megatron. And Armin trailed off. You know it's better not to talk about it. I know, Mikasa agreed, but I'm worried. Did Megatron approach you afterward? Approach me? Armin questioned. Armin, you figured out why he was staying, Mikasa reasoned. Megatron wouldn't have let that go. Did he hurt you because of that? Armin didn't know how to respond. If he delayed his response, Mikasa would question his silence and get even more suspicious. Before Armin could respond with a lie, Mikasa would hopefully buy. Megatron was walking down their direction. Armin grew stiff, and Mikasa seemed to notice his reaction. She turned to see Megatron slowing to a stop before putting his arms behind his back. I need to speak with you, Ackerman, Megatron declared before turning his attention to Armin, alone. Armin glanced over at Mikasa. Looks like Megatron didn't hear the conversation. Mikasa watched Armin shut the door before turning her attention back to Megatron. Megatron beckoned Mikasa to follow him down the hall, and Mikasa willingly complied. Tell me, Ackerman, Megatron began, how much do you know about your heritage? That's a strange question, Mikasa commented. I thought you didn't care about humans. You're a special case, Megatron admitted, I also found some information that could be useful to you. Mikasa stopped in her step. About what? About the Ackerman clan, Megatron answered as he looked at her. About you. About me? Mikasa questioned, but I know nothing about being an Ackerman, except for the fact that it was because of my heritage that my father couldn't live in the city and faced discrimination. So did my mother, but she wasn't an Ackerman. Well, there's a reason for that, Megatron proclaimed. According to the files I found, the Ackerman clan were genetically enhanced soldiers meant to serve the Eldian king. The power of the Titans was essentially used to create these Titans in human form. Superhuman strength and speed, their power could not be matched by human standards. But, if we were meant to protect the king, why were they discriminated against? Mikasa asked. Because they were immune to the powers of the Titans, Megatron explained. Apparently, they couldn't be affected by the founding Titans' power. So when the island's memories were wiped over 100 years ago, the Ackermans retained their memories. They ended up posing a threat to the king's ideology, and they were hunted down to near extinction. But, if the Ackermans were always powerful, why did my father? Mikasa trailed off as she covered her mouth. She didn't want to convey this, but Megatron had answers. Both my parents were killed by those sex traffickers, and my father was an Ackerman. So why wasn't he able to defend himself from them? Apparently, the Ackerman power is something that needs to be unlocked, Megatron answered. Your father most likely never experienced it. Unlocked? Mikasa questioned. Through some sort of awakening, Megatron explained, the Ackerman has to be in some sort of life-threatening scenario in order to awaken the dormant power. Once it happens, the Ackerman gains the knowledge and strength of the Ackerman power. I had an experience like that, Mikasa realized. One of the sex traffickers I killed, he was choking Eren. He probably would have killed me too. Suddenly I felt calm, relaxed, like I could do anything. One word resonated through my head, fight. You're saying PR, the boy was there? Megatron asked. Eren was there, Mikasa emphasized. He killed the first two traffickers. What else happened that day? Megatron demanded. What else did he do? Why should that matter? Mikasa asked. There was some questionable information, Megatron admitted, and I say that lightly. The Ackermans are said to have a fierce loyalty to someone they care about. Other information described it as the Ackerman trying to find a host. Trying to find someone to serve like the king. The data I found said that it was inaccurate, that the Ackermans were just naturally loyal, passionate. But this world doesn't have the best technology, so I wouldn't take that information at face value. What are you implying? Mikasa demanded. Mikasa, your devotion to Prime's pet was something I was never fond of, Megatron told her bluntly. It's the one glaring flaw about you. If he is ever in danger, you would be willing to throw away the mission just to ensure his safety. But now I question that devotion. Is it because you genuinely care about him, love him even? Or is it because you're an Ackerman that need to serve her master? Mikasa grew angry. You don't know anything about me. I grew up with him. We've been through so much together. We survived the Titans, we survived the king. Mikasa tightened her hand around her scarf. He taught me how to live. He wrapped this scarf around my neck. He will die within 7 years, Megatron interrupted. Mikasa felt like cold water had been dumped on her. Whether or not the information I've gathered is accurate or not, that is something that you will have to come to terms with, Megatron declared. If this Ackerman devotion is real, are you going to let it affect you when he dies? Are you going to try and find another host? If not, how will you move on from him? Your love for him affects your actions? What happens when he's gone? Because I know for a fact you'll outlive him because of your power. Megatron saw the conflicted and scared expression on Mikasa's face. She tightened the grip on her scarf as tears almost came into her eyes, and Megatron felt conflicted with what he said. I'm not telling you this because of my hatred for humans, Megatron insisted, trying to do damage control. Then why tell me? Mikasa hissed. I'm telling you this because I respect you, Megatron answered, because you are one of the few humans I can talk to without purging my insides. I would prefer that you remain alive. So a word of advice, try to prepare yourself when Eren does go. It will only make things harder if you choose to deny it. Do you understand? I understand, Mikasa quietly said. You should talk to the dwarf about this, Megatron added. Mikasa was confused by the suggestion. I suspect he might be an Ackerman as well, but he doesn't know it. Or he's choosing to deny it, Megatron explained, but you know that I don't like him at all. Perhaps hearing this information from a human would put his mind at ease. Captain Levi did say that he had an awakening as well, Mikasa recalled. All the more reason to discuss the matter with him, Megatron said. But why would you care if he knows? Mikasa asked. You don't like him. The information probably wouldn't be useful to him, Megatron agreed, but I've noticed something off with him. And that would inhibit Optimus later down the line. Mikasa didn't respond to that. She didn't know how to, and she was scared to. If anyone asks about my whereabouts, tell them I'm at the neutral ship, Megatron told her before deactivating the hollow form. Mikasa looked down at her hands with a trained eye. Would it be a good idea to talk to Levi about this? If anything, he was more lost about the topic than she was. But, if Levi really was an Ackerman, it would be nice. Nice to know that she wasn't alone in the world. Kenny could only stare at this thing. This corpse that supposedly belonged to Kuchel, one that was still breathing. One that was supposed to be rotting away. He could only sit and stare at him after he introduced himself, a long silence filling the atmosphere, with the rotting corpse sitting on the bed next to him. It smelled bad, and this kid was just living in this filth, because he has nowhere else to go. Kenny could see from under the shade of his hat that the boy, Levi, just kept staring at him. Suppose with those skinny legs he couldn't run away. He was probably wondering why the fuck a bloody man was here, and whether or not he would leave him. Kenny quietly sighed as he glanced at his dead sister. He's not fit for this role. No way in hell some crazed serial killer from the underground was going to take in some quiet, dying brat under his wing and raise him. But, he was certain Kuchel would never forgive him if he even thought about leaving her son. Can ya stand? Kenny asked. It hurts, Levi croaked. Damn it, brat, Kenny swore as he stood up, ya really gonna make me work? Kenny walked over and picked up the boy with no struggle or resistance. He held Levi in one hand while grabbing his suitcase in another. Better not piss on me, okay? Kenny ordered. Levi didn't respond to that as he tightened his grip on his coat, and hid his face from him. Kenny looked back at Kuchel one more time before walking out the door. You'll live with me from now on, Kenny told him, that means doing what I say. Levi let out a quiet noise while nodding his head. Let's get you something to eat, Kenny said. Kenny rubbed his eyes before sitting up, somehow feeling even worse for wear. Kenny groaned in irritation, wanting nothing more than to throw up. The Ackerman then heard rustling and lifted his gaze to see Erwin putting on his coat, looking like he was going to go out. Where are ya going? Kenny demanded. I'm just going out for a while, Erwin responded. I'm planning on going to the ocean. I need some time to clear my head. If you want, I can grab you some wine when I get back. Kenny thought it over as Erwin made his way towards the door. Can I come with? Kenny asked. Erwin stopped and turned to him. I thought you've already seen the ocean, what with spying on the restorationists and all. Never got the chance to actually enjoy it, Kenny reasoned. I also want to talk to you about what Buckethead said. Erwin was surprised by that, but it was a golden opportunity to see what was going on in Kenny's head. Levi brought him up a few times, but even he was kept in the dark about him. Maybe we can pick up the wine on the way there, Erwin suggested. Kenny grabbed his coat and followed Erwin out the door. Levi was working on more of his paperwork when he heard a knock on the door. Levi didn't want to go to the door, but the knocking continued. Levi nearly growled as he sat up and walked over to the door. He opened it, expecting it to be Hanji, but he was rather surprised when he saw that it was Mikasa instead. What do you want, brat? Levi demanded. Do you remember during the coup, when you told me about an awakening that you had? Mikasa asked cautiously. Yeah, Levi responded, and Megatron found information about that, Mikasa declared. He found information about the Ackerman clan. Levi grabbed Mikasa by the arm and pulled her inside before shutting the door. You know you can't trust his word. Megatron went out of his way to tell me this information, Mikasa told him. He said that it was because he respected me. So why bother telling me? Levi demanded. Megatron suspects that you're an Ackerman as well, Mikasa explained with hesitation, but he wanted me to talk to you instead, because he hates you. Levi gave a sour face as he shut his eyes. That sounded about right. He probably wouldn't be willing to hear the information out of the Titan's mouth, but Megatron has been shown to hate Mikasa the least. Then again, whatever the fuck was happening with Armin was very questionable. Levi relented and pointed to a chair across from him before sitting down. Mikasa sat down in front of him and straightened her back. So, what did he tell you? Levi asked. He said that the Ackermans used to protect the king, and that they were genetically enhanced in order to do so, Mikasa explained. They were powerful soldiers, but they couldn't be affected by the powers of the founding Titan. So when they kept their memories from 100 years ago, they were discriminated against. Most likely because the king didn't want the people to know the truth about Marley. What else? Levi asked. He told me about the awakening of our powers, Mikasa continued, that when an Ackerman is in some sort of near-death experience, they unlock their powers and are able to fight off the danger. Do you really think I'm an Ackerman based off of that? Levi demanded. You told me during the coup that you had some sort of awakening when you were in danger, Mikasa recalled, and I had that as well. When exactly did that happen to you? Levi asked with caution, not wanting to pick at this girl's old wounds. When I was 9, Mikasa answered solemnly, I lost my parents, Eren killed the other two, the third one was going to kill Eren. 1 minute, I was so terrified. The next, I was calm, cool, and relaxed. I wasn't scared at all, and I felt like I could do anything, Levi finished, earning a look of surprise from Mikasa. So, you know what that feeling was like, Mikasa said, then you are. That doesn't mean that I am, Levi interrupted, my life wasn't exactly threatened. I was just furious, and I let that take over. But you knew what to do, Mikasa retorted, didn't you say that Kenny Ackerman had that same feeling? He did, Levi answered, and that he knew exactly what to do, even when I was furious, I knew exactly what to do. So did I, Mikasa said. I never knew my last name, Levi told Mikasa. Maybe Ackerman is, Mikasa said. I'm sorry, about your parents, Levi said rather awkwardly. It was strange giving his condolences like this, guess that explains why you're so attached to Eren. Levi noted this conflicted expression on her face when he brought it up. What's wrong? Megatron also brought up some other information, Mikasa explained, about Ackermans trying to find someone to serve and protect. He says that's been debunked by Marley's researchers, but he doesn't trust it much due to the lack of technology. How do you feel about it? Levi asked. I'm scared, Mikasa admitted. Do I want to protect Eren because he's my family, or it is because I'm an Ackerman? Levi crossed his legs as he thought it over. Mikasa didn't awaken her powers until she met Eren. Kenny, despite his hatred for the military police, was willing to work with them to serve the crown. That loyalty was questionable, but it was still there. And he was just a rat trying to survive in the underground, until he met Erwin. I don't know what to tell you about that, Levi admitted, from the looks of it, I thought you just loved him. But this information is new to the both of us, Levi insisted, don't get overwhelmed with it. Take it in first. When you have, you can come back and talk to me about it. Really? Mikasa blinked in surprise. Guess I'm the only one who understands you, Levi relented, you're stuck with someone like me, but it's either that or Kenny. Thank you, Captain, Mikasa said as she stood up, I appreciate it. Mikasa walked out of the room, not feeling much different. Maybe Levi didn't want to believe he was an Ackerman. The signs were there though. It didn't matter anyway, she got it off of her chest. And Levi said that she could talk to him again when she was ready. Meanwhile, Levi was leaning back in his chair, trying to process the information Mikasa gave him. He was beginning to realize how much sense it was making. Levi had an awakening of his abilities, just like Kenny and Mikasa. He never had a last name, his mom never told him. Kenny walks into his life, saves his life, saying that he knew Kuchel. Megatron said that he and Kenny looked alike by about 30%, so he had to be related to him. He was an Ackerman. His name was Levi Ackerman. Shit, Levi swore in a tired tone. Later that evening, Erwin and Kenny arrived on the west side of the island, facing the sunset of the ocean before them. They both got off of the single horse they arrived on and made their way towards the beach, with Kenny holding the wine bottle in his hand. Kenny grunted as he sat in the sand and looked out at the moonlit ocean. He sighed in contentment as he opened the wine bottle and offered it to Erwin. "I'm good," Erwin proclaimed as he sat down next to him. Kenny shrugged as he took a swig. "Nice view. Very least I get to see it before I bite it." "You're speaking as if you might soon," Erwin remarked. "With what Megatron's asking us, it feels like it," Kenny admitted. "You said you wanted to come out here and talk," Erwin reminded. "What for?" "I need to be a little tipsy for this," Kenny declared. "No way I can tell you without being a little drunk." "Didn't think you were that addicted," Erwin commented, earning a laugh from Kenny. "Hardly." Kenny cackled as he gestured to the bottle. "I wish I was addicted to this." "So then, what are you addicted to?" Erwin asked curiously. Kenny sighed. "I don't know if I'm addicted to it anymore. Even if I told you, I don't know if you'd understand." "Try me," Erwin said. Kenny thought it over before taking another sip. It was power. Like Megatron used to do, Erwin assumed. That's pretty straightforward goal. "No. Not like that," Kenny exclaimed. "Fuck, like I'd ever go to the lengths he did to do shit." "It would be nice if you told me, but Megatron would kill you if he got suspicious," Erwin said. "Then at the very least you know not to pry," Kenny grumbled. "So why did you want power?" Erwin asked, "assuming you still want it." Kenny sighed. "It used to be like Megatron. I just wanted power for the sake of it. No one can touch you, everyone listens to you, and the idea of being invincible in this small little island meant something to me. Then, I met Yuri, Rod's brother. I tried to kill him, but he held the power of the Titans so it didn't go exactly as planned. Instead of killing me, he bowed before me, apologizing for the persecution of the Ackerman clan and saying he didn't want to die without completing his mission. He offered me to become his right-hand man and I accepted. All that time I was with him, he was always compassionate. He prayed, and spoke about things like love and compassion. I was just a street rat. My priorities were food and survival, but someone like Yuri had the luxury to afford to speak shit like that because they had everything they needed. But then I thought deeper. What if it was the power that he held? More I looked around, more I understood. Eren plugging up the wall, Yuri's prayers, Optimus Prime staying even after all the shit he's heard about the island and the Eldians. People who seem to get their hands on power, real power, not the idea of kings and queens and all that fake shit. But when they get power, they become compassionate. They decide they want to help others. Maybe because they believe it to be right or some shit like that. Or maybe, it was because they were addicted to it. What do you mean? Erwin asked. Yuri was addicted to creating this paradise, Kenny explained as he drank some more. He told me the world was gonna end one day. I thought he was talking about Titans, but he was talking about something else. Rod was addicted to women, Pastor Nick's religion. Mine was power. For you, I know for a fact it's guilt. What do you mean? Erwin asked. Don't play dumb, Kenny hissed as he took another sip. You're working with that buckethead of all things. He's a psycho. There's no way you'd even throw yourself back into the fire and even work with him if you felt like you had to. Probably because of guilt. I guess you're right, Erwin admitted. I didn't join the Survey Corps for the sake of humanity. I did it for the sake of finding out the truth or whether or not humanity was extinct. And you did, Kenny recalled. But it took the death of my fellow comrades to actually get there, Erwin declared. So many people died because of me, and they were actually in it for the glory of humankind. I led people to their deaths over a selfish act. So this is atonement, Kenny concluded. You're working with Megatron to protect the island as a way of atoning for what you did. Erwin nodded his head. I think I might need a drink. Kenny offered the bottle, allowing Erwin to take a swig. Then meeting someone like Optimus really made me feel even more horrible, Erwin admitted. He doesn't even know us. He's so far from his home and just finished a war, yet he puts his life on the line for us without any hesitation. It honestly makes me sick. He's probably a slave to his heroics, Kenny guessed, trying to make Erwin feel better. We had an argument, Erwin recalled. I never thought I'd make him that angry, but it was because he trusted me and I told him my real intentions. He started listing everything that he lost during his 4-million-year war, and I could see the pain in his eyes. Erwin chuckled as he took another swig. I really am a horrible person. Kenny shrugged as he took the drink from his hand. I don't think you are. Your heart's in the right place, you just act like a dumbass. At least you feel remorse, so you still have some humanity left. I don't know if hearing that from you helps, Erwin admitted. Hey, I'm actually trying to be nice here, Kenny proclaimed. Or maybe you're finally drunk, Erwin shot back, causing Kenny to laugh. No wonder that midget likes you so much, Kenny chuckled as he took another drink. Levi? Erwin asked, causing Kenny to glance at him and nod his head. Yeah, he wasn't such an asshole when he was younger, Kenny proclaimed. Now he's just a sassy little shit. So you did raise him? Erwin asked, earning a surprised look from Kenny. Levi mentioned you a few times to me. Didn't think he trusted you that much, Kenny remarked. Me too, Erwin admitted. So then, why even bother to raise him? Kenny thought it over for a moment before dousing the rest of the wine. He swallowed it and held up his finger, telling Erwin to wait. He burped a little before setting the bottle down and looking back at the ocean. Levi's my nephew, Kenny told him. If Erwin had the bottle in hand, he probably would have dropped it. You're Levi's uncle? Yep, Kenny answered. Kutchel worked in the brothel of the underground when she had him. Told her to get rid of him, but she wanted to keep him. Thought it was foolish, and dangerous considering her position. Came back a few years later and see her corpse rotting in the bed and Levi near death. I couldn't leave him behind, but I couldn't keep raising him. Last thing I wanted was for him to turn out like me. So you left him, once you knew he was able to survive in the underground, Erwin concluded. Kenny nodded. Pretty sure Kutchel would have killed me if Levi ended up like me. Parents usually want their kids to be better. I'm glad Levi didn't turn out like me and made a living for himself. He's probably the one good thing in my life that turned out alright. Levi thinks you hated him, Erwin told him. He's always wondered why you left him, and why he wasn't enough for you. I don't hate him, he's my pride and joy, Kenny explained, but he deserved a lot better than me. Think he found it through you? Me? Erwin questioned. You know he tried to kill me first time we met. Standard Ackerman greeting, Kenny shrugged, but he stayed with you for 6 years instead of going back to the underground. You must have made an impression on him if he stayed. I lied to him like everyone else, Erwin stated. But did he leave? Kenny asked. No, Erwin answered. You have your answer, Kenny proclaimed. It might be because of the Ackerman genes, but you do mean something to him. Why are you even telling me this? Erwin asked. Once this whole thing is over, I'm probably going to drop off the map, Kenny admitted. I'm not sure exactly what I'll do or if I'll make it out, but I need you to tell him what I told you. I can't do it myself. There's a lot of shit I can't answer for him. If he hears it from me, then he'll hate us both, Erwin declared. You have to try and tell him. It should help both of you. I don't know, Kenny sighed. You might regret it if you do make it out alive, Erwin admitted. I'm not into that sentimental shit, Kenny retorted. But Levi might not resent you anymore, Erwin proclaimed. Kenny was quiet for a moment. It's better that he resents me. Then he can leave me behind. Levi was strangely pissed off when he entered one of the tents and saw Optimus Holoform working on some of the Survey Corps' paperwork. Levi walked up to the Prime and recognized that it was his paperwork that he was working on. Levi grabbed Optimus' hand with the pencil in it, causing the Prime to look at him. What the hell are you doing? Levi demanded. I told you I didn't need your help. Commander Hanji asked that I do this for you, Optimus explained, at least for the next few hours. I am only doing budget calculations. Levi couldn't imagine Optimus lying to him. It wasn't like the Prime was good at it anyway. Levi let go of Optimus, allowing him to return to his work. Then where's Hanji? Levi demanded. She is inside the main building, Optimus replied, the first door on the second floor. Levi left the tent and walked inside of the building. Optimus wouldn't be doing this unless Hanji asked him to, or at least Hanji begged him to. So what the hell was she doing? Levi found the room and opened the door. His anger turned to genuine surprise as he saw Hanji wave to him in her casual clothing. Levi could see a bottle of scotch and 2 small glasses along with 2 plates of food, most likely what Nicolo cooked. On the couch were blankets and pillows, and it was a nice gesture. What's going on? Levi demanded. Optimus and I noticed you were feeling a little down, Hanji explained, more so than usual. So I thought that you could take a break, just for today. Optimus will handle your paperwork and some of my duties. I asked Nicolo to cook for us. I got some scotch and some blankets. I know you don't sleep much, but it's mainly for the company. And I took a shower. You took a shower? Levi asked in disbelief. I find that hard to believe. I do feel great, Hanji smiled cheekily. Why bother to even do that? Levi asked. Levi was surprised when Hanji gave him a small yet quick hug. Levi looked up at Hanji as she let him go and smiled. So you didn't complain when I did that, Hanji smiled. Hanji noticed a rather bittersweet expression on his face, causing her to be worried. What's wrong? Nothing, Levi insisted, I'm just glad you're here. Hanji was taken aback by the proclamation before she busted out laughing. Holy shit, Levi. You're never this sincere. Fine, I think you're a worthless piece of shit, Levi declared. That's more like it, Hanji smiled, let's eat, and if you want to talk, we can talk. Levi gave a slight nod before looking at the food. At least the food doesn't look weird. It's something called lasagna, Hanji explained as she and Levi sat down. She then continued to explain what was in the meal before ranting about what happened during the day. Levi poured scotch for the both of them as she continued to prattle on. This was nice. It was a fickle hope, but he hoped there were moments of peace like this in the future. Erwin was riding back to his home with Kenny leaning against his back. Erwin noticed Kenny lazily dangling his legs on one side of the horse while looking down on the grass. You should be more careful, Erwin advised. Do ya really want me heaving all over you? Kenny retorted. Erwin didn't respond to that as he continued straight ahead. Hey, Kenny called out, hey, Erwin. Erwin hummed at his call. Thanks, Kenny said, for being with the midget. Thanks for taking him out of the underground. Erwin was surprised by that and took a glance back at him. Erwin could see the somber expression on his face and felt bad. Kenny was lost. He was just as lost as the rest of them. Lost in this ever-changing world. Kenny watched as Levi beat the shit out of the man who used Kuchel. The crowd watched with excitement, cheering Levi on and berating the man. Kenny could tell, he awakened his power. He would no longer be defenseless. He taught him everything that he needed to know to survive. He had no reason to stay anymore. Kenny could see that fury in his eyes, that anger, that rage. He knew that if he stayed any longer, Levi would be going down a dark path. He would go down a path like him, and he knew Kuchel would never forgive him for it. Kenny turned and walked away from Levi as he finished beating the man. He adjusted his hat and kept walking forward, leaving that brat behind. He could feel Levi's eyes on him, and he wanted to look at him, but he knew he would have turned back if he did. Levi will be fine. He'll be able to forge his own path. He didn't need him anymore. Chapter 50, The Maid. Ymir watched as the fish went past her head and continued through the abyss of the ocean. She continued swimming through the ocean on the edge of the island. She saw a school of fish and swam through it, causing the fish to scatter. She saw long stalks of seaweed and swan around it, watching the creatures inhabiting the long branches. Ymir's new form, no one knew exactly what to make of it at the moment. A few days later, when Ymir felt better, Optimus let it slip that he knew what her form was. He explained that it looked like something called a Sharkticon. Like the other beings from his world, they could transform, but instead of vehicles, they could transform into aquatic beings called sharks. This would allow them to breathe, swim, and hunt underwater. When Hanji demanded why the hell he didn't bring this up sooner, he retorted by saying she would have been more inclined to experiment on Ymir right away if he brought it up immediately. Ymir smiled in the Titan form at the thought. She should really tell the Prime thanks when she had the chance. Ymir arrived back at the port, and lifted her head above the water. She noted that the port was halfway done before her attention turned to Hanji running up to her while holding a stopwatch. That was incredible. Hanji exclaimed with excitement, "You stayed under for almost 2 hours. What's it like being under all that salt water?" "I hate having it in my mouth," Ymir responded as she lifted up her hair to reveal the gills on the side of her neck. "I can feel it pass through here." Hanji squealed with excitement. "This is amazing. You're extremely agile on land, and now you're super fast in the water." Ymir watched Hanji continue to react with joy, looking back on a memory that she had. The conversation that she had with the Flying Titan. Ymir was quietly resting in her tent when she heard the fabric of the entrance move. She groaned in irritation, ready to make a snide comment, but was surprised to see the Flying Titan in human form. "What are you doing here?" Ymir asked. "I need your expertise," Megatron answered. "Sorry, but my information on Marley is fairly outdated," Ymir declared. "I'm sure you know more about it than me." "I'm talking about the armored Titan," Megatron elaborated, "the shifter, Reiner Braun." Ymir raised an eyebrow at that. "Shouldn't you be asking the other about that? It's not like I knew them personally." "Probably not, but you have been with him," Megatron explained, "alone. The others only knew him as the role model, the big brother. In Marley, he's looked down upon a lot. Be it because he's an Eldian or because he is incompetent. Either way, he doesn't exactly have a safe place there to convey his personal thoughts and feelings. The only one who's ever been alone with him, albeit a short amount of time, was you. There was no Marley, no Paradis, just the two of you. And you want to know this because?" Ymir questioned. "Because I want to break him before I kill him," Megatron answered bluntly, "unless you have your reservations about sharing information about the enemy." Ymir glared at Megatron. Guess the guy still questioned where she stood after all this time. "Well, it was only a week that I spent alone with him, but he's really lost his mind," Ymir declared. "In what regard?" Megatron demanded. "Reiner and Berthold destroyed the walls, right? Killed innocent people because they saw them as devils? So why would Reiner risk his life to save a devil? He saved Connie a while back, before you arrived. Instead of letting him get eaten by a Titan, Reiner jumped into harm's way to save his life. He could have let him get eaten, but instead he risked his life, and the power of the Titans to save him." Ymir explained, "When we were alone together, that's when everything began to click. 1 minute, he's rambling about being a soldier. Being rewarded for the hard work he's been doing for the Survey Corps. The next, he's going on about being a warrior, serving Marley, and slaughtering all the Eldian devils. Being alone with him really got me thinking, and I realized something. Reiner can't handle the weight of what he's done. He's done so much damage and ruined so many lives. Everything he knew since he was a kid was wrong, so the only way that Reiner can handle the weight of his actions was by falling for his own act." "He's pretending to be a soldier?" Megatron questioned. "He believes he is a soldier," Ymir corrected, "his whole personality split so that he could manage his conscience." Ymir could see that Megatron was thinking about the information. "I haven't seen anything like that when I've talked to him," Megatron admitted. "He's rather cautious." "Of course, he'd be cautious," Ymir retorted. "If Reiner were to blab about what he's seen on the island, he'd be executed on the spot. The warrior personality is in full swing, and the soldier personality is being repressed. I don't blame him for that. It's the only way that he can survive." Megatron didn't reply to that as he made his way towards the entrance to the tent. "A word of caution, he lied about your predecessor. He lied, saying that I took the one they call Marcel and fed him to a random Titan, you. He lied to protect himself," Ymir said, "which is something I don't blame him for. I am telling you in the event of," Megatron reasoned, I'm certain you wouldn't want to be blindsided later on in the battlefield. Megatron left the tent, leaving Ymir to her own devices. Ymir pulled herself out of her Titan form and landed on the ground. The body quickly evaporating into thin air, much to Hanji's disappointment. Ymir touched the gill marks on the side of her neck created by the muscles attached to her skin. They wouldn't just be coming for Eren, they would be coming for her too. Marley would no doubt want all the Titan powers. So no matter how she felt about these exercises, she needed to master these powers. Meanwhile, Megatron finished reassembling the rifle before loading it with bullets. He aimed the rifle at the round, wooden plank, and fired 2 shots. Megatron threw the rifle onto the pile before grabbing another broken rifle and rearranging it. Another one of these remedial tasks put on him by that human. It was frustrating. It would be so easy to barge into his office and shoot him with one of these primitive weapons. Megatron felt the last parts of the weapons click in place before aiming it at the plank once more. He saw something familiar out of the corner of his eyes before he fired, hitting close to the same mark. He heard a small gasp as he threw the rifle onto the pile. "What do you four want?" Megatron demanded in his other voice as he grabbed another broken rifle to disassemble it. He saw one of them, Gabby, approach him without fear and watch him work. "You're really good at that," Gabby said with admiration. "And you want me to teach you," Megatron assumed. "We're on a break," Gabby reasoned. "This would be great practice for us and a great way to go through this faster." Megatron finished assembling the rifle before looking down at Gabby. "I don't like you. I'll only be around you when I have to train you." "We don't have much to do today," Falco reasoned as he approached Megatron, much to Udo's dismay. Zofia followed close behind, dragging Udo with her, and that might lead to us getting into trouble for being lazy and ineffective warriors. Megatron shouldn't have even thought this over, but he did. And he found it useless to have them get yelled at. It would be better for them to get in trouble with him so that he could take the blame, than have these kids possibly turned into Titans over a small mistake. "Grab a rifle," Megatron ordered as he gestured to broken pile. Gabby was the most eager, quickly grabbing a rifle and getting to work. Falco and Zofia followed suit, while Udo hesitantly grabbed one. Megatron continued to fix and reassemble the rifle. He noted that the other children were mimicking him, following his every step. Gabby was able to follow it down to a T while the others seemed to be struggling. Megatron aimed and fired the rifle, and Gabby followed his lead. Her aim was off, but the fact that she could even hold a gun at all was bothering him. Gabby noticed his attention on her, and smiled up at him, hoping to get his approval, but Megatron merely grabbed another rifle in response. "Your aim is off," Megatron merely commented as he reassembled the rifle. Megatron noted that Gabby quickly threw the rifle down before grabbing another one and reassembling it. Gabby aimed and managed to hit closer to the center, but Megatron still didn't give the approval that she wanted. Gabby grumbled in response as she grabbed another rifle and began to reassemble it. Megatron turned his attention to the other two, Udo and Zofia. They seemed to be fine. Their aim could use more work, but that wasn't his responsibility to teach them. Falco, however, was a problem. Megatron noted that he was assembling the rifle just fine, but he was hesitating to pull the trigger each time. His hands kept on shaking, and as a result, his mark was completely off. This went on for a while before Megatron dropped the rifle in his hand and walked over to Falco. Megatron kneeled down and grabbed Falco's hand. He directed his aim and forced his hand to be steady. "Keep your hands steady, or the enemy will kill you," Megatron told him as he let Falco's hands go. But Falco trailed off. "Come in, Falco." Gabby groaned, "They're the enemy. They're not your friends. They're trying to destroy our motherland." "They're people too," Falco retorted, "they have their own lives. Why should I kill them?" "Then why did you become a warrior?" Gabby demanded. Enough," Megatron ordered, knowing exactly where this was going to go. All eyes were on him now, and he could tell that they were rather scared. Megatron rubbed the side of his head in irritation. "Falco, Gabby is right," Megatron forced himself to say, noting happiness in the girl's expression when he said it. "But the moment the enemy see that armband, they're not going to hesitate to shoot you on sight," Megatron proclaimed, Udo, I'm certain you know this fact well, considering you grew up outside of Marley. Yeah, Udo agreed, compared to outside, Marley is like a safe haven. Even if they didn't see the armband, this is war, Megatron reminded, war doesn't spare the weak. There's only death and destruction, and you have to do what you can in order to survive. Yes, these people have their own lives, families, ambitions, but that doesn't matter to you. The only thing that does matter is surviving another day so that you could go home to your family. Matthew. You do understand that if you become a Titan shifter, that there will be more blood on your hands, Megatron reminded. How many people do you think the current warriors have killed? Thousands, I'm certain. Zeke turned your own brethren into Titans. Reiner has killed the Middle Easterners and the Eldians on Paradise. Those devils deserve death, Gabby retorted. The point I'm trying to make is that you will get blood on your hands, Megatron proclaimed as he turned to Falco. If you can't shake that nerve off now, you won't last a second on the battlefield. I understand, Falco relented. Megatron noted that his hesitation was a little less when he went back to the task at hand. He picked up a rifle and was ready to aim. I didn't realize you were so wise, Zofia remarked. When you've lived as long as I have, the wisdom comes with it, he responded as he fired. Hanji put the 5 dead scraplets down on the ground before walking a good distance away. Optimus came over in his Titan form and poured a small amount of the diluted energon on top of it. Hanji prepared the energon spear as Optimus walked back towards her. Commander, are you sure this is wise? Optimus asked her. Not in the slightest, Hanji told him, but we need to test how volatile this mix from Eren is. If it's reactive, then we can tell Eren to make more and we can use it as a weapon. Optimus closed the container holding the energon mix as Hanji aimed the energon spear. She took a deep breath and pulled the trigger on the weapon. The spear flew towards the scraplet pile as Hanji pulled the cord. The impact created a much larger explosion than anticipated. Optimus grabbed Hanji and shielded her from the debris and shrapnel as blue smoke rose into the air. When the dust settled, Optimus and Hanji looked over to see a rather large crater in the ground and the scraplets were nothing more than tiny pieces. This is great. Hanji cheered, much better than anticipated. Hanji picked up a piece of the destroyed scraplet and showed it to Optimus. Do you think we can melt the scraplets down and mold them into weapons? I am uncertain, Optimus admitted. Oh, man, I'm certain blowing them up is catharsis by proxy, Hanji reasoned, and it's better than just leaving it on the ship. We are in short supply of Cybertronian metal, and we wouldn't want to take apart the whole ship. Optimus sighed. So be it. Do you think there's a chance that we can find energon deposits on the island? Hanji asked. The tracker is still experiencing some malfunction despite the fact that it is on, Optimus said. Technology is not my greatest strength. Is there any way that I can help? Hanji asked. Cybertronian technology is rather complex, Optimus explained. I am uncertain if you would understand it, or even help me. Then teach me, Hanji suggested. Excuse me. Optimus spoke. Teach me what you know, and maybe I can help you, Hanji insisted. I might not know everything, but I am a fast learner. I'm adept with science, and I can fit into small spaces. I'm sure that would help with getting other parts of the ship. Hanji, are you certain? Optimus asked. Not like we have many options, Hanji responded. I suppose you learning would be beneficial, Optimus said. I'll provide you with a translation of the Golden Age text in a translated alphabet for you to read. We will work from there. Hanji smiled at Optimus as she played with the metal in her hand. Let's do it. Megatron walked from the balcony as the warriors were undergoing another round of brutal training. The Titan shifters were off to war, leaving him alone with the others. He didn't really have much to do, besides do Magatha's dirty work and train these children. So he was merely watching and analyzing them. He noted the way Gabby and Falco were training. Gabby had the drive and instincts of a killer. It bothered him. She's only existed for 9 years and she knows how to use a weapon. Her devotion and her skill make her arrogant, but her drive is noticeable to say the least. Falco was the problem. While Gabby's will to still was unnerving, at least she would be able to survive in war. Falco might be killed off sooner rather than later. He has compassion, Empathy, it made him a huge target. Megatron heard footsteps and glanced over to see Colt walking by. Colt saluted him before he walked past him, but Megatron grabbed his arm before he could take another step. Megatron noted the way Colt flinched in his hand and quickly removed it. "Colt, I need to talk to you about your brother," Megatron stated in his other voice. "Did something happen?" Colt asked with concern. "In a sense," Megatron admitted, "your brother has too much compassion." Colt was confused as he fully looked at Megatron, but the Titan kept his gaze to the training. "I don't understand." "He has empathy for his enemy," Megatron explained. "He hesitates when he holds a gun and is unable to fire. He has heart, but he's not efficient." "And that would be a problem?" Colt asked. "You've seen the battlefield, Colt," Megatron reminded. "Mercy is not a good place to have it. If this attitude of your brother continues, he could very well be killed." "I see," Colt said. "I would assume that would affect his score, right?" Megatron looked over at Colt to see a rather hopeful expression in his eyes. "Colt, your brother could die out there. I understand you are not here out of loyalty to Marley, but why are both of you here?" Colt flinched at Megatron's demanding question. We just want our family to be safe. Having one child in the family in the military isn't a guarantee that they will be safe. Both of us had to go. But, if I can become a warrior, and not Falco. Falco lives a long life, Megatron concluded, earning a nod from Colt. "Falco won't last if he can't kill." "But, there's no way that he can't avoid being here," Colt declared. Megatron didn't reply to that as he saw Gabby knock Falco to the ground once again. "Go." Colt obeyed and left Megatron alone. Megatron should let this go. The sooner Falco dies, the easier it would be for the island in the long run. But, Falco could just as easily be replaced. If not by Udo and Zofia, then by someone else. "He's a child," his younger self reminded. "He doesn't know any better." "He's still a threat," Megatron whispered. "Raised in an environment where the world hates him," his younger self said. "He is a product of the rest of the world that hates Paradise, like we were." Megatron snapped his head to the aberration, but it was gone. Megatron sighed to himself as he walked away from the balcony. He didn't need this. Optimus handed Hanji the alphabet translation of the Golden Age text, along with some basic words and numbers. Hanji took it from the holoform's hands and stared with awe, brushing her fingers against the text. "Hanji, are you certain that you will have the time to learn this?" Optimus asked her. "It will be rather difficult, considering your own workload." "I'll do whatever I can," Hanji declared. "There's not much to do at the port. I can just assign the work to Levi. I can stay with you at the ship and we can try to work something out." "You should pack items for the night if that is the case," Optimus informed her. Hanji nodded her head in response. "Optimus, I'm really glad that you're willing to share another piece of your world with me." "That is because I trust you," Optimus told her as he put a hand on her shoulder. "I consider you a close ally." Optimus was startled when Hanji nearly burst into tears. "Hanji, what is wrong?" "Nothing, it's just really nice to hear you say that," Hanji said in a strained and rushed voice. Falco kept his head low as Gabby was going on about how she was successful in her training. Udo and Zofia merely listened to her as they continued to make their way out of the compound. He had a bad day today. Gabby was the one clearly succeeding out of the four of them, while it felt like he was getting left behind. Falco gasped as someone yanked his collar and pulled him back behind the gate, going unnoticed by his three friends. He looked up to see Matthew staring down at him with an intense gaze. "We need to talk," Matthew declared. "Yes, sir, Okay, first, don't call me sir," Matthew cut off. "Second, we need to talk about your hesitation to kill." "Oh," Falco quietly said as Matthew let go of his collar, "it's not like I don't want to fight for my country. I just..." "Just what?" Matthew pressed. "They're people too," Falco explained, "people with their own lives and dreams and families. I shouldn't be killing them." "Then why did you sign up to be a warrior?" Matthew demanded. "It requires you to kill. If you can't do that, you won't survive." Falco's mouth formed a thin line as he kept his gaze to the floor. He could see Matthew kneeling down in front of him, causing Falco to look up at him. "Falco, you're young," Matthew said, "you still don't have a complete understanding of something like this. But this is war. The enemy may have their own reasons for fighting, but so do you. You want to live another day, right?" Falco nodded his head. "You want to come home to your family, right?" Matthew asked. Falco nodded his head once more. "So do they," Matthew declared. "Everyone in war wants one thing: to live, to survive. They can only do that by killing their enemy. That is something that you must decide. If you want to live, you must kill. If you don't, then Colt will lose his brother." Falco's breath felt lodged in his throat. He didn't think about it like that. If he didn't do what he had to, then Colt would be alone. But Matthew's words wouldn't come from thin air. Why would he even tell him this? "Matthew, have you been to war?" Falco asked. In that brief moment, Falco could see a hint of vulnerability, a hint of bitterness to his question before it returned to Matthew's usual expression. "I'm sorry," Falco apologized, "it's probably really selfish of me to think like that." Falco was surprised when Matthew placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're young, and a little naive. But I would rather have this talk with you now, instead of you dying for it. If you learn from this, then it won't be a complete waste. Just get your priorities in order, and determine why you enlisted in the first place." "Yes, sir," Falco saluted, "thank you." Megatron watched Falco run off before standing up fully. He shouldn't have done that. He should have let it go. "But Matthew Hayes," a familiar voice called out. Megatron turned to see Commander Calvi standing in front of him with two tall guards with him. Megatron narrowed his eyes before he recognized the guards as Willie Tiber's entourage. "Your presence has been requested," Calvi declared. Later, Megatron stared out the window of the car as he and Calvi were being transported to the Tiber Manor. Megatron glanced over at Calvi, who had his arms crossed and his back straight. He didn't understand what was going on. Why was he coming back here? And why was he here with Calvi? He didn't know, but from the expression on that face, it seemed important. They continued to ride in silence as they arrived at the manor. They passed the gate and were brought to the entrance of the mansion. Calvi exited the vehicle and Megatron quietly followed after him. He noticed that two guards were right behind him. Megatron found himself at the entrance of Willie's office as Calvi knocked on the door. Megatron saw the door open, and the woman, Lara, standing there to greet Calvi. She then turned her attention to Megatron before giving a polite bow. She stepped out of the way, allowing the two of them to enter. Megatron noted that Lara closed the door behind them, but he could see the shadow of her and the two guards outside. "Commander Calvi," Willie greeted as he shook his hand. "Sir Tiber," Calvi greeted back as Willie turned his attention to Megatron. "Matthew. Why am I here?" Megatron demanded in his other voice, earning a look of warning from Calvi. "Sorry, Matthew, you must have had a long day," Willie apologized. "I'm just tired," Megatron admitted as he rubbed his neck. "Then, this will be quick," Willie reassured, "I want you to train the Warhammer Titan." Megatron's head shot straight up to stare at Willie in disbelief. He looked over at Calvi, and noticed a rather strained look on his face. This was serious. What?" Megatron asked. "It's a request," Willie reassured, "but I've seen the reports from when you've been training the Eldian warriors. It's been effective. With the Energon experiments not going according to plan, I just want to ensure that the Warhammer Titan is prepared for the worst when we have to go back to Paradise." "I'm flattered," Megatron said, clearly taken off guard by the request, "but isn't the identity of the Warhammer Titan supposed to remain a secret to except a given few?" "You've asked me if I was the Warhammer Titan," Willie retorted. More of a joke than anything, Megatron lied. He was trying to identify who the Warhammer Titan was, but after that little training session with him, he could rule out that it wasn't Willie. "But you are effective," Willie proclaimed. "Every 2 weeks, you come to the compound and train the Warhammer Titan. You'll be paid extra and you won't have to do some of the remedial tasks that you have to do at the military base." "Tempting," Megatron proclaimed, "but you know how I feel about you. Why should I even bother to help you?" Calvi was confused at Megatron's statement while Willy gave a rather bitter smile. I know, Willy said, it seems selfish of me to ask, but, I know that you still care. Megatron thought it over. This was perfect. Having Willy's trust turned out better than he had ever thought. Now he was closer than ever into finding out the identity of the Warhammer Titan. He still knew nothing about its abilities, and knowing prior to an actual battle would give him the upper hand. But he couldn't say yes. At least not yet. It would seem too suspicious for his portrayed character. I'll think about it, Megatron finally answered. Megatron noticed a rather hopeful expression on Willy's face before the Tiber shook his hand. Thank you. Megatron glanced over to see Calvi's stern expression directed at him. This was going to be interesting. Later that night, Hanji was currently reviewing the Golden Age alphabet Optimus provided her while eating a small sandwich. She sat on the work table next to the empty container used to liquefy energon while the computer remained on, filling the room with light. She waited patiently for Optimus' return, since he went to go test out the tracker and find any other energon deposits on the island. The device was still faulty, so it wasn't even a guarantee it would work. The Survey Corps couldn't keep using Optimus and Megatron's food supply, and the substance that Aaron is now able to produce wasn't actually good for consumption. But it was good for actual energy and experimentation. They could use that for a while until they figure out how to find more energon pockets. Hanji heard footsteps and expected that it was Optimus. She didn't bother to look up from her notes until a shadow loomed over her. She noticed that the outline of the shadow was different. She careened her head to see Megatron in his bipedal mode glaring down at her. Hanji merely smiled and waved. Hello, Hanji greeted. What are you doing here? Megatron demanded in a cold tone. I'm staying here for the night, Hanji replied as she went back to her notes. No, you are not, Megatron hissed. I need to work on this, Hanji reasoned. I want to help with some of the text, so I'm staying for the night to help Optimus. Is that Golden Age text? Megatron demanded. Optimus gave me the translation, Hanji explained. Hanji saw Megatron reach out for the notes in her hand, and she quickly curled around it and held it close to her chest. No. Optimus trusted me with it. Hanji shouted, take it from me, and I'll fight back, I swear. Hanji saw Megatron growl, no doubt debating his options. The Titan then retracted his hand before walking over to the other side of the room to grab an energon cube. Hanji still kept her eye on Megatron as he drank some energon. When Megatron leaned against the wall to consume his drink, Hanji slowly sat up properly and went back to her notes. Where is Optimus? Megatron asked. He went to test the tracker, again, Hanji answered. He's been struggling with it for a while. Part of the reason why he gave me the translation was so that I can help try to fix it. Megatron mockingly laughed at her. Like a mere human could understand the complexities of our culture. I figured out why you're staying on our planet in the first place, Hanji retorted with a smirk, which in hindsight, is not a very complex motive. It's pretty fucking obvious. Megatron nearly crushed the energon cube in response. Besides, Optimus isn't very skilled with technology, and I doubt you are, Hanji reasoned. I'm a fast learner, and I think I can make some contribution. You must be really daring if you want to insult my intelligence, Megatron warned. I'm not saying that, you are taking my words out of context, Hanji proclaimed. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. You and Optimus are both great fighters, but your knowledge of technology and science falls flat. If Optimus was good at technology, then he wouldn't be having any problems with the tracker. Megatron didn't reply to that as he finished drinking his energon, noting that the scientist did have a point. So, how are you? Hanji asked. Megatron raised an eyebrow at that while Hanji continued to work. How am I? Yes, Hanji replied, like, how are you, how was your day? If you're asking about an update of my mission. I just want to know how you are, Hanji insisted as she looked at him. Why? Megatron asked. Before Hanji could respond to that, Optimus entered the room with the tracker in his servo. He noted the tension in the room before walking over to the table. Is something wrong? Optimus asked the two of them. Nothing, Hanji answered without looking at Optimus. I was just Hanji noticed the tense posture of the former warlord, asking Megatron for any updates in Marley. Megatron was slightly startled by Hanji's answer, still rather suspicious of what she wanted. Megatron's gaze drifted towards Optimus, who was waiting for an answer. "I've been asked to train the Warhammer Titan," Megatron answered as he put the empty Energon cube on the table. "Really?" Hanji exclaimed in surprise. "Why would the Tiber family ask you for your assistance?" Optimus asked. "Because he's scared," Megatron answered. "With the Energon experiments failing and the threat of the island, the head of the Tiber family is now seeking outside help. But that outside help, as far as he knows, is a commoner," Hanji recalled. "Did you give him an answer?" Optimus asked. "I told him I'd think about it," Megatron answered. "I didn't want to come off as particularly eager to train someone from an elite family." "But you're going to say yes, right?" Hanji demanded, "because it would be useful to actually figure the Warhammer Titan's identity." "I'm not a fool," Megatron deadpanned. "How often would you be training the Warhammer Titan, if you said yes?" Optimus asked. "Every 2 weeks," Megatron answered. "I don't know how much access I would be allowed to have while there. The Tibers most likely have more knowledge than any of Marley's books, and the family has been strengthening their relationship with other world leaders." "When will you tell them your decision?" Optimus asked. "By the end of tomorrow," Megatron answered. "Once I spend enough time and gain their trust, I could find out more information about the family." "Keep us informed," Hanji told him. "Thank you." Megatron didn't reply to that as he walked out of the room. Hanji returned to her notes while Optimus returned to fixing the device. "Optimus, does Megatron know how to have a normal conversation?" Hanji asked him. "A normal conversation?" Optimus repeated in confusion. "Never mind," Hanji shrugged off as she was writing something down in her notebook. 2 days later. Calvi couldn't believe it. He was under the impression that Matthew hated the elites, and wanted nothing to do with military command. But here he was in the car with him, heading back to the compound to tell Willy that he would agree to training the Warhammer Titan. The two of them stepped out of the car and into the Tiber mansion. Calvi glanced back at Matthew to see him staring at the guards lined up in the hallway. What was going through this man's head? Calvi and Matthew entered Willy's office once more. He saw the Tiber stand up, ignoring the paperwork on his desk. You came back," Willy said in surprise. Matthew merely hummed in response. "That means you'll train the Warhammer Titan," Willy assumed. "Why else would I be here?" Matthew demanded. Willy smiled at Matthew before extending his hand to the man. "Thank you, Matthew." Matthew merely stared at the hand before deciding to briefly shake it. It was a small act, but for some reason, it made Willy happier. "So, when do I meet this Warhammer Titan?" Matthew asked. "In a moment," Willy answered. "I want to make sure that everything is prepared for the initial trial." "You want me to see how well they can do right now?" Matthew assumed as one of the guards left the room. Willy nodded his head. "You'll be provided some weapons, if you are comfortable with that. The Warhammer Titan will most likely use their hardening ability." "Fine by me," Matthew shrugged. Calvi was surprised by this. He was going to face the Warhammer Titan with their powers. No human would be able to survive that, but maybe he didn't know. "I do have a challenge for you," Willy proposed as he walked over to the balcony and opened the doors. He beckoned Matthew and Calvi to come to the balcony, and the two quietly followed. The three watched as Willy's entire family was in the backyard. There were some children playing together with a slightly older child who was scolding them for playing so rough. 2 elderly people were sitting in makeshift chairs, content with the outdoors and the company. A younger woman sat in another chair, holding a baby in her arms. She was talking to the maid, reassuring her that she didn't need anything else. "Can you guess which one is the Warhammer Titan?" Willy asked him. "Why should I?" Matthew asked him. "You're just going to tell me anyway." "I like to see if people can figure it out," Willy admitted. Calvi watched Matthew narrow his eyes and look around the backyard. He was taking this seriously. Matthew never took any of the duties he had at the base this seriously. The only times he did was during Titan experimentation, but that was a threat on his life, which was why it mattered to him. But here, he was trying to figure out the identity of the Warhammer Titan. Why was that? Would he be able to guess it correctly? He doubted it. He wasn't able to guess on the first try. So he doubted someone who's never seen the family too. The maid, Lara, Matthew responded. Calvi was completely stunned while Willie was trying to keep his light-hearted mood in the picture, trying not to show a reaction that would confirm Matthew's guess. What makes you say that? Willie asked. Matthew leaned against the railing. The kids are too young. Too naive, too inexperienced. Handing the power of the Titans to what's essentially a toddler would be. Matthew glanced over at Calvi and smirked. Really fucking stupid. Calvi glared at Matthew in response. He knew what he was doing, but he wasn't going to bite it. Marley's program was the greatest anyway. They produced some of the best warriors. His criticisms essentially fall flat. Matthew looked towards the elderly. Those two are too old to be wielding the power. I know that Titans can regenerate, but I don't think that it would stop old age. They wouldn't be able to be the Titan because of their weakening bodies. Matthew turned his attention to the woman holding her child. I don't know if the mother is an Eldian, but I doubt she would want to inherit the power to miss out of the lives of her children. Matthew turned to Willie. You can't even hold a weapon properly. You still maintain that sense of innocence to you. The power of the Titans is a burden, I've seen it with my own eyes. There's probably a lot of knowledge that comes with getting it. If you had it, you would have been affected by it. You also stated that you were trying to build relationships with world leaders. Wouldn't be wise to inherit the power of the Titans, and possibly destroy those relationships when you die within 13 years. Matthew turned to Lara as she remained standing next to the mother. A soldier, lying in wait. She's in her prime, she's not a mother, she watches over the family like a protector. She follows some members of the guard around, almost as if she is the guard herself. I can see it in her eyes. Her innocence has been gone for a long time. As such, she becomes the demon, so that the rest of you can remain in ignorance. Calvi saw the stunned expression on Willie's face, and he was certain that his own expression somewhat mirrored his. How did Matthew solve that? Who was he? Judging by your face, I'm assuming I'm right, Matthew proclaimed with a rather bored expression. You never cease to amaze me, Willie proclaimed. Sir, a guard spoke as he stepped foot on the balcony, everything is prepared. We just need to clear the others. Thank you, Willie said to the guard before turning to Matthew, you'll be fighting down there. Matthew merely nodded his head in response while Calvi stared at them. Why was Matthew taking this so seriously? Later, Megatron noted that the family was being moved inside of the mansion as he walked out into the backyard. He noted that they were staring at him, but he didn't bother to acknowledge them. He saw the table of weapons laid out before him before turning his attention to his opponent. Lara stood across from him, waiting patiently for him to pick his weapon. Am I limited to one weapon? Megatron asked in his other voice. You can pick any weapon that you want, Lara answered him. Megatron turned his attention back to the array of weapons. He wasn't sure about the full power of the Warhammer Titan, meaning that he should be cautious about this whole situation. He couldn't let himself get injured. The entire mission would be destroyed as a result, and he would have to destroy Marley's military in order to buy time for the island. Megatron analyzed the array of weapons, rifles, knives, pistols, mace, flails, they had it all. It reminded him of his gladiator days, when he had to decide which weapon to pick as his signature. It was there that he learned the importance of battle. Megatron saw out of the corner of his eye a sword. He instinctively reached for it, but stopped himself. Too dangerous, too obvious. He already told Calvi that he no longer used a sword because he abandoned his gladiator days. He picked it up now, it would lead to some contradictions. Megatron instead reached for the trident. He examined the sharp edges of the weapon before spinning it around in his hand. This should work. A little extra weight, but he didn't mind. Megatron walked away from the weapons table and faced his opponent. Megatron raised an eyebrow as he noticed that she didn't have a weapon on her. I wouldn't want to hurt you, Megatron remarked, unless you fight better without a weapon. Lara didn't respond as she extended her hand to her side. Megatron grew cautious as something began to crackle between her fingertips. Megatron nearly jolted as a large white hammer essentially appeared out of thin air. When the weapon finished formed, Lara caught it with her hands before pulling it behind her, ready to swing it at her opponent. Calvi watched from the sidelines, standing next to Willy while the rest of his family was inside, peering through the window to see the action. Calvi noted the few snipers hiding within the trees and bushes, ready to kill Matthew if he attempted to fatally harm Lara. The commander watched as Matthew got into his own fighting stance. He gripped the trident on the far ends, pointing it directly at the Titan shifter. Calvi saw the sheer focus and cold calculation in his eyes as he stared down his opponent. He's seen Matthew train the warrior cadets. He was careless, rather bored and irritated about the situation. Here, he genuinely looked ready to kill Lara. Without warning, Megatron rushed toward Lara, causing her to swing her hammer upward. Megatron rolled forward, barely dodging the impact of the weapon. Megatron was ready to thrust the spear at her chest, but quickly pulled back as a long spike erupted from the ground and nearly pierced his chest. Megatron flipped back as Lara ran towards him with her hammer. She swung from her left, and Megatron quickly bended backward. The ex-con could see his reflection in the hammer as it swung past him. Megatron straightened himself out before swinging his trident. The hammer and the trident clashed against each other as one warrior was trying to push the other one back. Willy was amazed at the battle before them while Calvi was in pure shock. Matthew never showed this. He never showed how capable he was in a fight, but apparently he was skilled enough to fight a Titan shifter in human form. Megatron could hear those children cheering for Lara as he pushed her back. Both moved to attack as their weapons clashed. Megatron went for her head, Lara blocked it. Megatron swiped at her feet, and Lara used the hammer to hook the trident and lock it there. Megatron spun to release the trident out of the lock, inadvertently getting Lara to let go of her hammer. Megatron saw she was open and swung at her again, but Lara conjured up a sword and blocked the attack. Lara threw 2 horizontal slashes at Megatron, which he managed to dodge with ease. Megatron gritted his teeth when small spikes appeared out of the ground and nearly pierced the holoform's feet. Scrap. This was going to make it harder to maneuver. Megatron thought fast and jumped out of the way of Lara's sword. Megatron landed on his feet and used the butt of the trident to break one of the spikes on the ground. Megatron continued doing this for some time, dodging Lara's attacks and breaking one of the spikes in order to maneuver on the ground with more ease. When Lara did get too close, Megatron stabbed the trident in the ground and swung himself to kick Lara in the face, sending her backwards. Megatron then grabbed one of the spikes that he broke off and threw it at Lara. Lara managed to dodge the attack, but the hardened rock still scratched her face. Megatron then felt something yank on his trench coat and turned to see the spikes had pierced through the fabric, most likely trying to pin him there. Megatron quickly tore off the coat and grabbed the trident once more. Luckily he was wearing human clothes and not the holoform default, he would have been exposed right then and there. Calvi looked over to see Willy's stunned expression in regards to the amount of scars all over Matthew's arms. Willy must have never seen them before. Megatron noticed the distracted expression on Lara's face and took this opportunity to swing at her chest. Megatron threw his arms back once more, but was shocked to find that one of them was stuck. He turned and nearly swore in Cybertronian as one of his arms was encased by Lara's hardening ability. Megatron turned to the Titan shifter, and saw that she was starting to get tired. Lara willed herself to summon another hammer and get into another fighting position. Megatron tried to pull his arm out of the trap, but it wouldn't budge. The trident was no good either, the material was too strong. Megatron looked up as Lara swung her hammer upward before swinging it downward, directly towards his head. Megatron thought fast and placed the trident in his free hand. He threw the weapon like a javelin, and Lara's neck was caught between the open space of the weapon. Lara let go the hammer, breaking its momentum. Megatron barely managed to dodge the impact of the hammer due to his predicament while Lara got pinned to the ground, her hair coming undone. Megatron slightly panted with relief of his cover not being blown before grabbing the hammer on the ground next to him. It was heavier than he predicted, but he still managed to use it to get himself free. 1, 2, the third swing shattered the hardened rock. Megatron rubbed his arm to ease the pain when something caught the corner of his eye. Megatron saw Lara aiming a crossbow at him while still pinned to the ground. She closed one eye to focus her aim and fired directly at his chest. Megatron barely caught the arrow in time to prevent any damage, but the blowback knocked him off of his feet. His back hit the ground hard, and the Titan groaned in pain. Megatron found himself surrounded by Willy's guards as they aimed their weapons at him. Megatron sat up and raised his hands in surrender, noting the other guards going over to help Lara. Megatron could tell she was worn out. She had to be assisted by one of the guards to be carried into the mansion. All that power, and she truly didn't know how to use it properly. Later, Megatron was locked in a room for the next 2 hours. 2 guards were standing inside the room, but he didn't know how many were outside. Megatron was fiddling with a coin that was in his pocket as he stared the 2 guards down. If this room was the equivalent of a prison, then it was terrible. This was essentially another guest room. Megatron then flicked the coin in the air before catching it. He then repeated the process a few more times before thinking the situation over. His actions would no doubt get him into trouble. He just didn't know how much. Would it be better to cut his losses and run? No. Then all this effort that he's been doing for the past year and 6 months would have been for nothing. Megatron looked down at his bandaged arm that was caught in the hardened rock. Luckily for him, this was the worst injury he received. It wasn't bad enough that it broke the holoform's structure. Megatron heard the door open, and was surprised to see Lara walking into the room, all cleaned up as if she had never entered battle. Megatron straightened himself out while Lara turned to the guards. "Leave us," she ordered. "Lady Tiber, I don't think that would be wise," one of them said. Lara merely waved her hand in response. The guards couldn't disobey, and left the room without another word. When they did leave, Megatron saw that Lara's stoic expression turned into one of relief. She walked over to him before taking his bandaged arm and examining it. "Does it still hurt?" she asked. "No," Megatron responded in his other voice, "besides, it's not the worst injury I've gotten." Megatron then noted a somber expression before her gaze drifted towards the other scars on his arms. "I almost killed you," she declared, "I'm so sorry." "Don't be," Megatron told her, "to be honest, that was the most fun I've had in a while." Lara was shocked at his words. "Matthew. My life has been in danger more times than I can count," Megatron retorted. "I shouldn't have done this," Lara spoke, mostly to herself. "It doesn't matter," Megatron shrugged as he looked at his bandaged arm. "Willy wanted me to come and train you. I asked him to bring you," Lara admitted. Megatron stared at Lara in disbelief. "You? Why?" "Because I saw you fight," Lara answered as she kept her head down, "because you were able to save my family when I couldn't, because I'm scared I won't be able to protect them when the time comes." "You mean when you have to fight the island," Megatron concluded, "you're going to go." "Eventually," Lara declared, "there is a heavy weight on the Tiber shoulders, and..." Lara shook her head. "I've said too much." Megatron merely chuckled. "You know, you don't seem like you need my help. You were doing pretty fine on your own 2 feet. But the fact that a human managed to hold his own against a devil, means that I'm not ready for actual combat," Lara retorted. Megatron was surprised when Lara took a step back and bowed. "I come before you a scared yet humbled maiden. I, Lara Tiber, am asking for your guidance and training to become a strong warrior, so that I may protect my motherland, my family, and the world." Lara waited for what seemed like forever, but raised her head when she noticed a hand reaching out towards her. "I also tried to kill you too," Megatron declared, "so you can consider us even." Lara gave a small smile as she shook Megatron's hand. "Thank you." Calvi could only watch in disbelief as Matthew was lying down across from him in the car as they left the mansion. The man had his eyes closed and his hands behind his head, so carefree. Regardless, Matthew was a lot stronger than he let on, and now he was tasked with training the Warhammer Titan, an extremely high honor. He took on the Warhammer Titan. What else was this man hiding from him? "Can I get the day off for tomorrow?" Matthew asked without opening his eyes. "I might need a little more time to recover." "Of course," Calvi answered, "you did push yourself today." He needed answers from him. He needed to find out more about him. And luckily, Matthew couldn't leave until this war was over, so he had plenty of time to figure something out. Check the description for the links to the author.